Mic check, check 1 2. Mic check. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
This leader is provided to permit the projectionist to complete adjustment of focus and sound level before
Check
the film
1
begins.
2. Mic check. Ruh-roh. Bearish off the open already. Still aren't below the daily trigger just yet, but mic check 1 2. Dude, I gotta say something to Big E's so awesome. You guy's a fucking gangster. Check 1 2. Mic check. Oh yeah. Save. Check. Mic check. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing out there? I'm starting to see some comments. Let's get this thing rolling. I'm bouncing off the hourly trigger right now. We're going to see if this can save the market or not. We're going to find out really. We're going to find out here really quick. Bumbledine, what's up? Good morning, brother. Cancel, save. Oh, yeah. What's going on this morning, everybody? How y'all doing? Happy Thanksgiving. We can call it some other stuff. We'll talk about Thanksgiving today. I'm sure some of you probably celebrate it. Some of you don't. Some of you. I was reading a bunch of stuff about it yesterday, and I was like, sorry I couldn't come on yesterday, too. I had a... well, I wrote Slobs, but Slobs is Streamlabs OBS. I don't know if you know what that means. And it reset all of my volume stuff. Like, couldn't hear anything. So it reset all that. Let's get right into it. Okay. I don't even know if this stuff is on right now. Hold on a second. Let me check something real quick. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there we go. Why is that not showing up? Let's see. Why is that not showing up? Camlink not showing it. Well, that one right there. Sweet. That's working now. Whole bunch of my stuff. Streamlabs is weird. I think, well, I don't know if it's Streamlabs that gives me issues or if it's like if Windows 11 resets or like demands some, like, or there's a couple of things. Let's start with this. So this is your hourly trigger sitting right here, okay? And this has to hold. Now, can it hold and bounce? Clean up the pre-market high or yesterday highs and then reverse? Sure. The idea with that, behind that would be you see some kind of like push up here and then a failure up here and a roll down. That is possible. The idea behind us bouncing right here too is you kind of need this to hold here. If you watch my cursor in the bottom of your screen right now, this is trend. So we kind of have to stay here to stay on trend. Even if we bounce around in here, to stay on trend. Now, we get these hit and runs by bears. We could get something like that at some point today. We'll talk about that this morning. And if we're bearish and if we break trend, there's an idea here that we could have a down day, but it not be permanent. Some kind of like weakness down here. We can actually trade, I think, 450 and be fine. And the market's fine. So we'll talk about that. We're going to get into that in just a moment here. But as you can see right now, we are holding on our hourly trigger. theoretically, if we stay above this right now, we're good to go, right? As long as we stay above that hourly trigger, we're on trend. We can keep going up. You buy the hourly trigger until it fails. Now there are some things to say, some caveats here, and the 30-minute is where I check for trend. I don't check the 1 minute. I check the 30-minute. And if you watch velocity right here, it's cooled off a little bit, but it did peak out in here. Back here yesterday. So I would like to see like higher lows here and come down to the 0 line and then make another run up. So do I think it's permanent? No. But do I think that it's, do I think, I guess you can buy the dip here. But if we break below that hourly trigger and start getting down, you need to get the fuck on out of being long and start getting your short on. I'll give you some targets. Some downside targets. And there's some other information that I haven't released today as well. CTA is no longer need to buy and are no longer buying the market. So as of today, I guess. So we'll talk about that too. Yeah, there's 54,000 puts that already came out of the market. So 56,000 puts on 453p. And they started rolling in right at 9:30, started building right off the open. So we'll see. We should get a bounce off of this, but I'd be looking for some rejection above somewhere up in here. So looking for that rejection. We'll talk about this purple line too at some point if we can get around to it and what it means. And I'll show you SPX. Let me see if I can switch over to it really quick.
5 minutes time now. At the top of the hour, we get the U.S. existing home sales for October. Forecast 3.9 million on the prior 3.9.
I don't know if this is going to show yet. So this green box right here.
Let's get the existing home sales change.
This green box that's right here. This is a gamma node up here. We tagged it perfectly yesterday, and we started selling off into the bell. We need to get back above that node. So this green bar that you see right here. Price needs to get, hold on a second here. Price needs to get above that green bar to trade the next zone. So unless we get above that green bar, not bullish here. So just a heads up. So if you're joining us right now, until we get above and hold this green bar right here, get up here and start making our way to the next node. I'm kind of bearish today. So at least for these kind of things are like a hit and run. We'll talk about that too. We'll explain all this later when we're on a low news cycle. The last 5 days, even reports coming out, nobody brings up the minutes. Like if they're talking about them today, but last week the drumbeat was low news week. Don't expect too much. We're either going to go down or we're going to go up. Right? Monday comes. We're either going up or we're going to go down, right? That would be the expectation. Now, no harping on the minutes being released. Fed officials not out and about holding speeches with this minute release lends us to like a hit and run. It's like a bank job, right? You can come in as a bear. You can control the narrative in the media if you're a seller. You can take profit here and get some maximum impact and CNBC later today. And you can control the narrative where the Fed doesn't control the narrative. So the setup is there for a down day. Like it's all primed and ready to go. Coming off a big move to the upside, and the market is poised for it. So we're going to talk about it here in just a second. First, let me go through and just say I got to do a few things here. I got to get on Twitter and post a link to the live stream just so that people know that it's up and out and about. We'll talk about NVDA, that kind of stuff as well. I think they've already hit their implied move for the week. We'll look at it again, but I think NVDA has already hit their implied move. So we'll talk about that this morning as well. Hold on a second here. Thankfully, I didn't buy any calls just then. so grateful. I almost bought some fucking calls and I didn't. So, hold on a second here. Dude, save. Hit the save button. Save. Save, save, save. Okay. I'm leaving. I don't know what this thing. The YouTube's acting up on me now. Hold on here. Fucking goddamn. It's like not YouTube, it's okay, cool, we're good. YouTube's just lagging right now. Let me put this up. Good morning, by the way. How's everybody doing out there? Hope you guys are all ready for Thanksgiving. Newest customization, monetization.
1 minute remaining.
What else we got here? Customization, members only on YouTube. Let me switch that over for Twitch as well. And go. That's odd. It's not showing my. Why can't I see the chat on? There we go. There's the chat. Subscriber only. Chat is now on Twitch. Okay. All right. Let's see what everybody's doing today. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Good to see you all. I'm reading through your reading through all of your chat right now. Taking a break from trading for a few months, but I always love to watch stream. Right on, Uncle JBJ. That sounds fine and normal, dude. I've done that before. Matter of fact, I took a break while we were going up. I was fucking deathly sick, so I think sabbaticals from trading is fine, man. When I wasn't streaming, that was the norm, right? Take some time off. So if you feel like you're always wrapped up in it, you can. There's a little bit of liquidity leaving the market right now. Morning, Stacy. How are you? Is Tesla bullish? We'll take a look at it. So take a look and see. Right now, we're parked on the hourly trigger. No. Hold on a second here. Still no blast down. We're on the 30-minute right now. We'll look at the 1 minute. Let me bring this over. 1 minute still bearish. So I even have this guy down here saying, "Don't be bullish yet." So pay attention to this over here, right there. You need to see that turn bullish for me to get bullish. And even then, you saw what I showed you a few minutes ago about where we need to be to actually be bullish on SPX. So until we get above, and I'll show you all the reasons. I'll explain this in more detail, technically, why that is here in just a moment. Morning, good to see you to the point. Okay, so we're good to go at this point. And we're going to start the day, and we're going to look over some stuff. We have a bunch to go over today. So if you got my tweet on Twitter this morning, I said, do not fucking be a bull on this open. And then we're going to talk about why that is. Now, here, let me get back to the beginning here. So let's talk about... let's go to, how do we do this? It's the easiest way to do this. Probably SPX can show it best. So here's SPX, right? We're going to go to a 1-day chart on SPX. And that's a 4-hour chart, shows it quite well too. I guess we don't need to do the 1 day if we don't want to, but this is an island reversal pattern here, right? So you guys, when we're leaving behind gaps like we do, all these things want to get filled down here, right? You can see that one wants to get filled, that one wants to get filled, and that one wants to get filled right here. If we had an opportunity this week, outside of taking profit, if we had an opportunity, this is one of them, right? We take some profit, close some of this stuff up, come back up here, and mess around with that price target to the upside. Does it mean it happens? No. But the setup is there. And we can't really get bullish on the day to attack this next node up here until we're above. Do you see my point here? So we're not above it, are we? You'd really like to see this daily candle push us up, right? And at minimum, get us up here so that we can then attack this. This is where I'm bullish from here to here. And until we're back up there, not so bullish. Some people will be like, yeah, I bought this exact tip down here, and we ran up here, and it was awesome sauce. I got rich. But I'll tell you that your rate of failure is too much, right? You're gonna lose more than you win trying to buy that dip down here. So we want to see price get above this 45.50 in here, right inside of here. Let me see if I can bring that up over here for you. So right over there, it's that 45.50. You want to see us get above so that we can trade this up here. Does that make sense to you? So we need to get up here, right? Start to confirm it and start to beat previous highs. And then we're like, yeah, let's get bullish, buy some calls, and rip this bad boy up here and tag that 4,600. So until that happens, and I'm going to explain to you here in just a second what I mean by that. And you've also got the CNBCs out there telling you we're going to 5,000, right? Bank of America, both of these nuts, is out there telling you, whispering sweet nothings to you. And so the whole idea here is just you get the 1, the 2, and you're looking for that 3 push higher, right? So I want to see us get above this one, or this one's not showing anymore, but you get the idea, right? We need to be above this. Or wait a minute, I'm showing this in the wrong. Been shown a different time frame here. Yeah, right down there. Let me keep this up on this one here for you. So do we have that island? We've got the island that's left behind. We know that there's an opportunity today with the minutes this afternoon to reverse and head to the downside, close up some of those gaps that are left unfilled down below. I want to show you. So I'm going to bring this up real quick. I'm going to bring this back to SPX. So a 15-minute chart on SPX down below. I'm going to draw in right there. So if you're, go back over here. So if you're a bull, right where this 455.0 is, like right where this is right here, 455.0, right there. You want to see price get above that and hold so we can go up. And I'm going to show you, talking directly to viewers, cap screen. So here's a node right here. This is that 455 node. You can see it right in there. It's that 4,500. That next big node, you've got another node here at 4,580. And you got another node up here at 4,600, right around 4,600. And so I'm going to bring my cursor over here. You see that 4,550. Watch that button come up here, 4,550. Need to be above that so that we can attack this next node. This is at 4,575 and then 4,600. So until we get above that 4,550, no dice for hitting that 4,600, 4,575 or the 4,600. And here's your gamma profile that you can look at right now. Hang tight 1 second here, boys and girls. I'm going to read you a few things. So according to Goldman Sachs, CTA demand in the SPX has now dried up. As estimates suggest, CTAs are at max length. Demand in theory still feeding through in Europe. We've got the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. Gamma flip is at 44.5, or excuse me, Gamma flip is at 44.50. So down here, I'll draw that in for you down here. Let's see here. 4 gamma flips at 44.50. Right here. This is where the gamma flip is. I guess I should do that in caps or something, right? So you kind of want to be up here, take this here, or we're going to get back down here and probably bounce down there on that 44.50. 4,500 is where I'd really like to see. I'd really like to see that be the low. That one line is right there. This one right here. I'd like to see us be able to get down to that 4,500 at worst case scenario down here. It says that we're well supported at 4,500, 45.15, and 45.25. Call wall is at 45.50. Yeah, that's a brutal call wall. 45.50 is the call wall. So no call buying yesterday. What else I got for you on that? That's all I got for that one right there. Close that one out. Let's look at everybody keeps asking about Tesla. So we're going to do Tesla. I can see it in the chat. So there's Tesla for you. This should pull back here in just a moment. I'll leave that Tesla up for you. Give me one quick second here. I'm getting kicked out of my brokerage. I don't know why that is. Keep getting kicked out of my brokerage. I don't know why. Hold on a second here. Right in there. I'm having real wonkiness here. Good to see you, Don Murphy. How are you? I missed you, Hack the Planet. There's Tesla for the squeeze right at 9:30. Blam! There's SPY for you. Yeah, the Tesla squeeze should come back and retest that squeeze this morning. Hang tight 1 second here. So for economic news today, we've got existing home sales. That's at 10 a.m. We already had that. We got Fed's minutes at 2 p.m. Then tomorrow at 8:30, we've got claims, durable goods. And minus transpose at 8:30, and then at 10 we've got consumer sentiment. Thursday we've got the Thanksgiving holiday, and then we've got the PMI on Friday at 9:45 in the morning. So no other news that I see right now. Home sales actual was 3.79 million. Forecast was 3.9 million. Previous was 3.96 million. The forecast was minus 1.2%. The previous was minus 2.0%. The actual was minus 4.1%. U.S. futures fluttered as stock market rally is seen as stretched. Tuesday saw trepidation in the U.S. stock equity futures as some investors, we were just at the top of a fucking node. Doubt the durability of a strong rally driven by anticipation of a Fed Reserve shift to rate reductions. Remember, the Fed said they were going to keep rates high or at where they are, or even with more hikes into end of year 2024. After the S&P 500 surged to its strongest close since August, NASDAQ hit a 22-month high. It was the biggest run since 2020, April, May, June, I think, but I could be wrong on that. One stock strategist warned of the risk of disappointment in the near term. Among lingering concerns about economic growth and inflation, city strategists warned of the possibility of a short squeeze, which could derail the momentum. Contracts in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ were a little changed. Stocks European index fell when ECB Simcus said market expectations rate reduction were too optimistic. I agree with that. Well, I agree and disagree with that. That's what I just got from Financial Juice. I'll turn that calendar off. Hey, can I be helped? How are you? I got an actual trade in right now. See if I can see if that Tesla will come back down. What do I think about NVDA before earnings? I gave an NVDA. I think I gave an NVDA update on Friday, didn't I? I think I gave. Let's see if I can. So this is the NVDA expectation right here. Not bad, right? Kind of did that. Came up here, traded all the way up here, came back down, and then we're looking for their earnings. I have an expectation that they trade up here, this 532 up here into today. So I would expect NVDA to be parked today. And then as we go to the end of the day, it'll squeeze up on their ER. So nothing's changed here in NVDA from the last time I updated. I think I drew this out for you guys on, I think it was this Friday, right? What day is today? Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right? See, I would expect NVDA to be weak into their ER, and I'm bullish into their ER. I think they do quite well. Dude, 90,000 puts right here. Whew. And they're setting up a, check this 5 minute really quick. Check this 1 minute really quick. Yeah, that's not looking, that's looking pretty unhealthy right there. It's looking pretty unhealthy. We'll keep watching it, though. Keep watching it and see what it does. So that's NVDA. I expect light trading in NVDA. I'm going to expect people to be taking profit on NVDA. I might be interested in trading like a 0 date or some, not a 0 date, but their next, I don't know when their expiry is. I'm assuming it's on Friday. I may be interested in grabbing. It depends on, unless it's too juiced. Bullish on NVDA into their earnings, though. I am bullish.
Looking now to the fear and greed index, currently sitting at 64 out of 100, which indicates greed, while the crypto fear and greed index is at 71 out of 100, also indicating greed. While we're here, just taking a look at the VIX, currently trading around 13 spots.
Yeah, there's S1, 4 S2's down here. I don't want to see that S2 get taken though. Nice top up there. Yeah, unless we get above this purple line right here. Unless we can get back up here and start that run again, no trade. No trade. And I'm looking for S2. I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that down there. That's where Cappy wants to buy down there. Somewhere down there. Down there or above. Hey Shaq, how are you doing? Yeah, you want to take a trade with you guys? I'm on 455C. There you go, Shaq. I'm in 455Cs right now. $455C. Who just subscribed for 7 months? What crazy person just subscribed for fucking 7 months? Who was that did that? Who got all batshit crazy in there? Mission Op 77. I love you, brother. It's a small position, but I am in calls. So we'll see. If we break below that hourly trigger, I'll start getting bearish. Yeah. So if we do this right here, Shaq, if we start with any of this nonsense down here, anything like that, we got to get out, okay? Where's that 451? It's kind of ugly looking, isn't it? We'd have the breakdown here, right? Down there. I don't know why I'm buying calls with you. I have no business buying calls here. We're pretty bearish right here, just a heads up. I'm down $100 right now. We'll see though. I'll stick with you though. Oh, look at that blood right now. Now I'm paid. Now you got me panicking. I'm down $220 right now, brother. See that little dip down here? See that little get underneath the hourly trigger? Sweating bullets right now. There's S1 right here. Down there. It's not looking good, bro. We're getting the bearish cross right now, so if these bulls can't pull this out right now, get above, it's going to get nasty here. So I'm going to have to sell out here in just a minute. I'm going to have to put some stops in. Hold on. I'm a little panicky here. When we speak of breaking, you're talking about the hourly chart? Yeah, I'm talking about this hourly cross here with the 1 minute. We're pretty bearish. We already had the cross above. So the cross was up here. Cross was way up there. Whoop, right there. Bearish crossover. But you'll get a bearish trigger cross up here in just a minute. So you'll watch this 1 minute trigger will cross right here, cross through. You get a failure, and then we'll start heading down. I'm not going to get stopped here, though. I'm going to wait for the rejection. Just looking for that rejection to get out from calls here. So give me a second. I think I bought them right here. Somewhere in there I bought them. They must be watching me. Still doing pretty good here. I'm not doing so bad. I can switch right over into puts here and make some money. So they're not that up right now either. Those puts were like 80 cents when they started loading up to them. They're only worth $1.10 right now, $1.09, something like that. So there's not a ton of money there. There should be, though, in a minute. I'm about to get stopped out here. What is that, 451? You're going to start rejecting up here and take it down a S1 here in just a minute. What is going on with this I still have money in Tasty, and I fucking hate the wonkiness of it. I'm in some calls right now, and I tried to set up some puts to flip bearish and to be able to sell calls and buy puts. And it loaded me up for like 400 calls. I don't know what it was doing. Like loaded me up like 400 calls and like 10 puts. I'm clicking the button over here. Just a second here. I got to watch this really quick. I don't want to get taken out. Got a bunch of puts now. And I just got stopped out of calls. I just lost a penny. And I just made back all that money. And I'm green. So stoked. I just sold a bunch of puts here. I sold calls, then I bought puts, then I sold puts. I just sold 44 on fucking 451s. Whew. Green, baby. That was fucking close as fuck. Sorry, Shaq. Whew. Like I literally I just lost some money here. And I sold the calls, bought some puts, and then just made a bunch of money right there. Like fucking slammed the sell button. Whew. Let's see here. So fucking fast, dude. Yeah, full on sell, dude. Right there. Just nail it. Should I get some more puts for this S1? I don't know. I'll have to wait, see if we can get a green bar here. Then I'll jump back in again. Blood right now in the S&P 500. HYG holding on. VIX not really. It's in contango right now. Apple holding on for dear life. Dixie looking pretty bullish right here. NASDAQ rolling down. Excuse me, by the way. Tesla rolling off in that squeeze. If you're a Tesla bull, you want to see the entire move come back, and you want to see the hourly trigger hold. Let's go back to Tesla really quick. So if you're a Tesla trader, whenever you get a squeeze off the hourly trigger like you see right there, this one right here, you want to see that whole move get erased and hold off that hourly trigger, and then it'll be a very bullish move for Tesla. Maybe not the entire thing, at least half of it somewhere down in here, 237. Maybe even come back and just hit this hourly trigger again would be nice on Tesla. See this right here. Whew. That was close. I almost lost some money this morning on the open. That was a fast like. Nina Rivian's now down 6%. You want to take a look at Rivian? Oh, Jesus, Rivian. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you, Rivian? Yeah. Let's take a look at Rivian really quick. Rivian, 30 minutes. Yeah, it's bearish, but it's not. All these Rivian dips are being bought. Are you interested in buying Rivian? I'm actually kind of bullish here in Rivian. So me and Rivian. Rivian and I are bullish. Well, long-term bullish down there. Let me show you guys something on Rivian. So Rivian, buy low, sell high. Rivian, I wouldn't be so. I mean, it's bearish, but the one thing that you've got going for you for Rivian is it loves this stuff. Look at this down here. So, I mean, all this is dip buying down here. So, if you get a chance to buy Rivian down here, anytime you get a chance down here to buy it, I'd be buying it. Trader stock. Is there some news about Rivian that we don't know, maybe? Unless there's some news that I don't know about. So there's SPY just grinding down to that S1. Should have stayed in those fucking puts. I was up so much that I just took the money and ran. There's your S1 right there. Probably not done going down here. I need to show that better on your screen for you. 5-minute chart maybe is better. Show the pivots. Here's your S1 right there. So you can see it. You're in positions. Most are pretty old and wrecked. January 2025 call long. 20 push short put. I'll be owning stock at some point. Probably all I have left at that point. I wouldn't be so. I mean, I'm bearish on it, but it's gonna make a move to the up. It's gonna make a major move to the upside soon. It looks like it's being bought. Like so. Like a month ago, I was pretty scared on a lot of my holdings in the market. They all ended up printing for me into their ERs. So I don't know, Nino. I just hold on a little bit longer, brother. It looks like it's all being bought on Rivian. So for as bearish as I am, the momentum's saying no. Momentum's saying they're buying the fuck out of that $14 price down there. Well, you're in the bottom of that curve. Yeah, I bet you are, bro. I can see it in your texts, your DMs right now. What you're saying. I was pretty scared, bro. Like about a month ago, I was scared that I was gonna have a not a bad year, but a less than stellar year, and I was getting pretty panicky. So just hang tight on Rivian, brother. Tesla trying to hold on a test on its 5-minute trigger and a 1-minute chart. Apple bleeding off right now. HYG having a little bit of a roll on it. It's got a little. It's got lower highs. Nasdaq was at 16,000. Nice little pivot. Nice little place to pull back to. See if we can catch a rip and sell to that S1. It might just go straight down. I'm not willing to take a position here, so if we can get a quick squeeze, I'll jump in on some downside action here. I can't complain. 451s are only at 47 cents, so it's not like I've lost. I'm down, or I would be down 4 pennies, so I can't complain right here. Or I missed 4 pennies. I should reword that. Okay, so we'll talk about some stuff here. So we have an island reversal that's forming. Okay, just be aware of that island reversal. You guys are people are complaining about it 2 weeks ago. What about all those gaps we left behind? The island reversal is there. We hit 16,000 on Nasdaq. We've got real big news we've got big news coming out at 2 p.m. And the major issue with that news is that there's nobody there to speak for it. There's no one to set the tone for that news. It's a prime candidate for someone that's short to go on CNBC, to do a campaign on Twitter. Wherever it is you live, Bloomberg, doesn't matter. It's a very easy day to manipulate news. So it reminds me of like a bear hit and run, like a bank robbery, like kick the door in, send the market down brutally, and then it all recovers after today, you know? So I do expect that to happen. We'll see hopefully I can catch this squeeze right now. So this see that big green bar right there? Let's see if I can grab this and grab one more downside move right here. See if I can jump on board this. Oh, look at that nice little squeeze. Oh, putting the pain on sellers right now. Put the pain on the sellers. Dixie's still squeezing higher right now. I should have grabbed some puts there. I didn't expect that one green bar to tag that. See that nice little tag up there? So I got left behind on that one. Maybe one more green bar up here so I can grab some puts. Give me one more taste of that. No, don't reverse. One more fucking green squeeze bar so I can jump in on some puts. God damn it. Is that the dip for all-time highs? We should talk about all-time highs. There's an argument for the all-time highs to be made before the end of this year or the first week or two. Like, why not? We're already there. Might as well do it. Get it out of the way. We've already been up there and been rejected. We're up at 467 or something and got rejected. I think the big key here is, can we get all-time highs? Yes. It is right now probable or possible into end of year. I would like to see it. I'll tell you why too. Even if you're a bear, well, I guess if you're a bear, if you're negative on this market, you don't want to see all-time highs. I would like to see it for just a pure function standpoint. I like the idea of retesting that previous high and being told no, like fuck you, rejecting it, or getting up there and slipping back under and rejecting. As a matter of fact, it's very similar to where we are right now in a smaller. Let's see if we can look at something here on a smaller time frame. Let's see. Like, this is just a smaller time frame right here, right? This is summertime. You kind of like to see. It's always nice to like get up there and, maybe not get that, maybe get like right there and sell that. I always like to see that, like, or break above, sit, and then go back down. But having not been back there, having not been there for a year, it'd be nice to see. It'd be nice and we're already up 17% on the year right now, right? So just like, nice and clean. Dude, I didn't grab that bar there. That was too fast for me to see. I think I saw the green bar, but as soon as it went up there, it was like faded immediately. I'm flat right now. If we can get one more green bar up here, I'll jump on some puts. Still too expensive for me for not a lot of gain. VIX is in contango right now. I just spilled coffee all over myself. Did you guys make money yesterday? Yesterday was a really good day. I made a lot of money yesterday. I did really well. And I had a problem coming on stream yesterday. I was having problems with Streamlabs. Come on, baby, get up there. Get up there, get up there, get up there. HYG rolling down. Dixie rolling over as HYG is rolling. Apple bottoming slightly. Tesla still parked in its 5-minute trigger. We've got some puts set up here, but I haven't bought them yet. I got 451 Ps. I'm looking for a rejection up here. Come on, baby. That's what I want to sell right there. Sorry about the dead airspace. I don't know if I should buy puts right now or up here. I feel like DCAing in here, but I think I'm going to wait until this. Yeah, I think the same. I think the same thing on. I think the same thing on. I'm with you, big balls. I think we go up here to this 5-minute trigger. I'm going to read some stuff to you while we wait here. Bank of America has high hopes for stocks in the new year. Savita Subramanian, the bank's head of U.S. equity and quantitative strategy, wrote Tuesday that she sees the S&P 500. It's Bank of America, by the way. Tuesday says that she sees the S&P 500 ending 2024 at 5,000, and that would be an all-time high for the broader market index, and it represents upside of 10% from Monday's close. Quote, we are past maximum macro uncertainty, wrote Subramanian. The market has absorbed significant geopolitical shocks already, and the good news is we're talking about the bad news. Macro signals are muddled, but idiosyncratic alpha increase this year. You know, what she doesn't tell you is that, which doesn't talk about, we'll talk about recession at some point. How many bad quarters makes a recession unless they try to redefine what a recession is, but we're tracking that we're in a recession right now. So I don't know what she means by this. Maybe she means bad news in the rearview mirror. You know, that's possible. Macro signals are muddled, but idiosyncratic alpha increased this year. Stocks have been riding high recently. The S&P 500 On Friday, posted a 3-day week winning streak, its longest run since this past summer. For the month, benchmark has surged 8.4%. That'd be its biggest monthly increase since July 2022. These gains come as hope grows that the Fed is done raising rates. Some investors are also expecting rate cuts sometime next year. That's me. So in terms of rate cuts and hikes, okay, the last two Fed meetings, let's be more clear, last two Fed meetings, I have been in stark disagreement with the Fed. When I'm looking at the rate of unemployment, and I'm looking at unemployment rates heading into December of 2024, and I see Jerome Powell breaking out his charts, and he's like, well, we're going to hold rates and probably go up another 25 or 50 BPS. I'm like, where we are right now, by the time we get there, unemployment should be at 6 to 8%. If it gets up there, I think it's 6 to 8%. If it gets up to that 6 to 8%, in end of 2024, I showed you this on charts, right? We're tracking for where we are in rate increases, right? For where we are trending towards 6% unemployment in December of 2024. And you got the Fed saying, well, we're going to hold rates. This guy was saying, I mean, Jerome was saying, like, we're going to hold rates and probably keep increasing them into at least December of 2024. And I'm like, fuck no. If unemployment's raging in December of 2024, they're going to be backtracking into that, right? So you're actually going to expect the Fed to be cutting rates before we ever get to October, or maybe when we get into October, December of 2024, and chasing the market heading lower over that. We'll look at that unemployment rate this morning if you want, but this is a stark difference. This conversation, this betting that the Fed is done raising rates and is actually looking for cuts was not the mantra the last two Fed rate decision meetings, right? You got Jerome Powell breaking out, the 5 and 10 year charts, talking about what he's going to be doing in a decade. I'm not joking on that. I mean, that's literally what he was doing, right? And I was in disagreement. You guys know that I disagree 100% with what they're saying.
Is pinned to ECB's Lagarde's entry into the financial dues calendar. So just click the link on there.
Oh, boy. Let's see if this rolls here. See if this rolls down or not. So the Fed, right? Like looking at the Fed minutes today, will they matter what they discussed, if they're going to cut rates or continue to increase rates? It looks to me like they're done. That's a hard one to explain. So part of me thinks that they should continue to raise rates until they really get true inflation down. They can repackage it, relabel it. They can say whatever they want about rate or about inflation and wage spiral, but we all know that wages are growing, and we all know that inflation is becoming embedded. So if we know that, right, you and I know that. You and I live a life, right? You don't have to drink the Kool-Aid. You don't have to sit there and read the newspapers. You and I both know that inflation is becoming embedded. You and I also know that not only is inflation becoming embedded, but that wages are raising. I've even posted this on Twitter. I think it was 25 states or 30 states have already increased their minimum wage. And there's another like 20 states that have some kind of legislation on to raise the minimum wage. You also know that unions are doing this. You also know that that wages are going up, right? The only thing that I would say, the only caveat I would lend to that would be if you're older, if you're like 40s, 50s, heading into the twilight of your career, you're feeling that squeeze, right? Where you're like, okay, they're going to hire someone younger than me and pay them less than they pay me, even though wages are going up, right? So we don't really want to think or talk about those people because they're not really a part of that conversation. The real conversation has to do with the young workers, right? Their wages are going up. We know that. We know that inflation is becoming embedded for those people as well. So there's already a mechanic out there saying, yeah, fuck old people, right? Especially older workers. And the mechanic's already out there saying all these young workers are going to deal with embedded inflation and their wages are going to come up, right? So if we know that, which we do, we know that from real life, right? You don't need anybody out there telling you this stuff. You guys can see it. You can see it in real time. So the data is in agreement with this. So the only next question is, what does the Fed do to that? What's the Fed's answer to that? Do they just say declare victory and move on from that down the road? That's what I think that they do. I think that they declare victory and say, look, we beat inflation because we know what they have to do. And they probably are looking for the natural business cycle to take care of some of this. So if you see that high rate of unemployment, it should take care of some of the feds needing to do their job. So yeah, I mean, I can see the point of the Fed rate cycle is done and over.
At the top of the hour, ECB's President Lagarde is due to be speaking. The live video, if you'd like to follow along, is available to her entry in the Financial G's calendar for anybody who's interested.
Yeah, I'll turn this on for you guys in just a second here. I'm just gonna post this, play this video for you. But but the whole idea here comes back to, these people are fucking greedy. They'll break shit. Like they will milk shit until they break it, right? The greed is always there. So you have to ask yourself, does the Fed, are they altruistic? Are they willing to keep rates higher even if we go through a business cycle where we have unemployment blasting off at 6% in a year? Do they continue to raise rates while that's happening if the market's actually feeling that impact? Do they continue on with that rate hike cycle or not? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anyone does. I think that you can't answer that question. From my experience, they don't. They haven't since 1978. They've been greedy pigs. They've been greedy pigs since 1978. So until they actually change, I don't believe it. I don't believe the Fed. I'm on the side of the Fed is going to pause and cut rates due to economic conditions, not anything like economic conditions like unemployment rate going to the fucking moon. No, I don't think that they change. I think that they max it out and milk it as long as they possibly can. I do. I really do believe that. I think that they murder it until the last possible moment. We'll see if we get a roll here. I'm watching HYG right now. It's still a little weak. It's trying to break up and above. I'm looking to see if there's some any kind of rejection up here. I'm looking for this still right here. Some kind of a move up and then a rejection to the downside. I'm still looking for this move down right here. That over. See if we can get that last roll down over here. Whoop. And slam into that S1 down there or not. If we don't, if we begin to get above that hourly trigger, I'll take a long call position or something like that. Right now, looking to get some puts and I roll this thing down. Now, the Fed, right? There's like all this the rates, I'm the one that I'm over here going, yeah, I know the rate. So this is really bizarre. Like the stuff that I'm reading this morning, I'm reading all this news this morning, and I'm like, and I already saw that the betting that was going on against more rate hikes in this cycle, but it doesn't necessarily it doesn't necessarily translate into, okay, the market goes up. So when these guys are saying stuff like, when these guys out there saying the rate cycle is likely done, we're likely not going to see more rate hikes. I don't think that that's necessarily bullish. I would like to see that. I think it's bullish, for us maybe to get that all-time high. But normally, what happens is normally we'll roll this market down, and if they're actually done with their rate hike cycle, historically we'll roll it down if unemployment continues to ramp. And it's ramping right now. So if unemployment continues to go higher over the next year, and the Fed is pausing and cutting rates, the macro picture should show the markets roll down in 2024. So if that's the case, if we're done with the rate hikes and we're going to pause and all that other kind of stuff, I'd really still like to see that 480 and then that roll down to retest what the lows are going to be, like what that big question mark is. Squeezing up right now into this yellow box. We'll see if this rolls up here or not. If we get a rejection bar, I'm going to take some puts. So I'm going to put that over here to the right so you can see it. We'll see if the bears can roll this back over here or not. If they do, we see a red bar off this. After this, we see a nice big fat red bar. I'll jump on some puts.
So the US Treasury cuts the size of the 4-week bill sale to $85 billion from $95 billion. So again, that's the US selling $85 billion of 4-week bills on November 22nd, settling on November 28th.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jimmy. All right, don't agree. All right. I agree with you, Jimmy. I'm reading what you're writing right now. I agree with you to an extent.
So according to Handelsblatt, the German government wants
if the business cycle can take care of it for them, they don't need to raise rates any longer.
German government
if they're gonna really make a dent in inflation, dude, though, I agree with you. They got to go up to fucking 20, dude. They have to. Otherwise, Otherwise, you know what happens, right? We just start ramping here.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jimmy. I agree, brother, 100%.
Order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at TickStrike.
I agree-ish with you. See if we get a roll here or not. That's what you're looking for, is the initial smash down. This, bam. See if they get it here or not. See if the bears can get it here. It's kind of your only chance as a bear right here, right? I would expect that it is. These are your sellers right here. They're hiding out right here. So you can see them. Sellers are all sitting right here. This is where they're selling right here. Let's see if they got any wherewithal or not. Or if they get squeezed out, baby. You can see him sitting right in here trying to sell this right here. Stacy's saying 99-cent stores need to charge 99 cents for an item or inflation to the moon. Yeah, they're the only way that they win. The only way that they beat inflation is, well, not the only way. I think that they can beat inflation if unemployment runs fucking rampant. Unemployment's like unemployment's probably your best indicator of the market going down in any meaningful way. And it's tracking it. It's tracking it, dude. It is tracking it. So unemployment's like the last hope for bears. Otherwise, we're gonna be Japan, right? You know that's what it's gonna be. And that's the thing that's shitty. Is like I've never seen prices come down like on those goods like hamburgers and shit like that. It's like permanent pricing. So see if they get this roll, man. They're trying to get this roll down right now. Can they do it? Bears, your only chance, Bears. Only chance for you. For any meaningful downside move, you guys got to get underneath. They're edging, totally edging right now. They're like, are we going to get squeezed out of this? Oh. Oh, they're about to get squeezed. If you're looking for the Bears to get squeezed, you're looking for a squeeze to go right above this bar right here. You want to see price get right up here. Just right there. Yeah, they're still on puts right now. They're now up to 134,000 puts. 135,452s. Woo. So that's a lot of money to. It's a lot of money to fill up the call basket with. Dixie squeezing, trading higher. HYG, not doing too much, kind of blasting off right now. Dixie's definitely running higher. Apple's getting sold right now. VIX just dicking around sideways, not really giving us anything. NASDAQ has a roll. Price underneath the 1 minute trigger right now on NDX.
So Kyoto reporting on this North Korean missile apparently has broken into parts and fallen into the sea now. So again, Kyoto reports North Korean missile breaks into parts and falls into the sea.
Apple coming down right now to test its cash market open from yesterday. That was at 189.894, and then 189.15 is just below it. That's the pre-markets from Apple yesterday. Don't want to see closing bars underneath the 1 minute trigger. If that happens, bad news. No, I'm waiting for the. I want to see this close under here. I want to get underneath this 1 minute trigger with a closing bar. I want to see a closing red bar under here, like a close. I want to see. What do I want to see? That right there. I want to see a closing red bar underneath that white line. No puts. Have them set up though. Apple bouncing off its cash market open from yesterday. I got some 451s set up. We got a closing bar underneath this, and I'll jump on. All right, I've got some puts. I've got 451 Ps. We got 451 Ps here. Let's see if we can do it. Stops above. Stops above this yellow box right here. Up here. Come on, baby. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Take out that pre-market fucking Apple low from yesterday. Come on, baby. Roll it down. Roll it down. Hit that S1 for me. Oh, yeah. Bring on some blood. Make me some money. Give me couple more red bars. Just a couple more. Come on, baby. Come on down. Hit that S1, dude. Just hit that S fucking one for me. It's right over there. Oh, yeah. Come on, just do it. Let's do like a fast bloodbath down. Blood, like straight blood. Oh, oh, ooh. Should I get the music out for him yet? Do they get their music yet today? Should I play that bear music here? Are they going to get that blood or not? Just want that one last roll down. They're just all the bears want is like they don't need it all to go down. They just want a little bit of blood. I'm inputs now, hella high. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay in them for a long time though. Oh, bear music? You want the bear music? All right, let's play. Oh, let's play it. Whoa, that's loud as fuck. Turn that down. Come on, bears. Someone said louder, please. Come on, bears. Roll that shit down for me. At least get S1 bears. I mean, what do you I mean, S1? You can't even get S1? Like, how can you not get S1? Free trigger bear cluster cross right now. 5-minute trigger about to close. Trade over. The hourly trigger from up high here. See if they can catch that cluster here. We've got 5-minute trigger just about to close out. Might get a quick squeeze up. Look for that big squeeze. My God, that's so loud. Hold on, we're missing some voice here. Are you guys not hearing this? Hold on a second here.
Scale of our policy adjustments, we can now allow some time for them to unfold. So you can just comments from ECB's Lagarde coming through now. Says strong wage growth mainly reflects a catch-up effect related to past inflation. Says we need to remain focused on bringing inflation back to our targets and not rush to premature conclusions based on short-term developments.
Yawn.
And Lagarde says we expect headline inflation to rise again slightly in the coming months. Not time to start declaring victory on inflation, says Lagarde.
Same old story. Sticking with the rate hikes. Still doing our job.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
11:17, waiting for the rate decision minutes. This is where the Fed officials write down their views and thoughts that they didn't already make public. Discussions that went on behind the scenes. You should see a squeeze up here to test this 5-minute cross of the hourly. No joy for me so far. No joy, no downside move here. No blood yet. Apple parked on its opening price from yesterday. NASDAQ squeezing higher right now. Still rolling HYG. Dixie just kind of messing around, doing its thing.
Lagarde says we can allow some time for ECB policy to unfold.
You can only hear me? Yeah, I turned it back up for you. Bears, you're not doing it here, Bears. I'm gonna have to cut myself loose over here. Not good for the bull, or not good for the Bears here. You don't want to see this here. I mean, there can be something said for this 5 minute wanting to test that for a squeeze higher to just check it one more time, but they seem to check it up here already. So, come on, Bears. Now 154,000 puts on 452. These sellers seem determined to get price lower. Still sitting in puts here, haven't been stopped out yet.
And ECB's Lagarde
What's going on,
should
Jared?
see a further weakening of inflation pressures.
I know. Well, that's what my thing is this morning is. My thing this morning is, you know, like, is it like bearishness here? No. Is this do they have any other, like, does a bear have any other opportunity to get this market to come down just a little bit? Just to cool it off? Just for a minute? They don't. They got the minutes. That's what they have. Basically, that's what they have. They have the minutes. So if this is their day to shine, let's do it. If they're going to get price lower, if they're going to get a pullback, I don't see what other answers they have. I don't see, like what else this week? Can any of you out there point to a reason for the market to pull back this week? It would seem apparent to me that if you wanted a day for a pullback, this is it. This is your day. This is your chance. So you might as well get some downside action into at least 2 o'clock. What Lagarde said there is probably an indicator of don't expect too much from the minutes, but that doesn't really matter. What really matters is that you have a chance today for the narrative to be hijacked for a little while. I think that's my point in the weakness today, is that you don't want to get caught up in the narrative being controlled for half an hour, and you get blindsided. And in reality, it's just a hit and run. It's just sell it down, find a good price to get for more upside into the end of the week. So we'll give it to the Bears for right now. This is their chance. Yeah, there is a discussion on that too. Like, so there's a discussion we had on NVDA that NVDA should be the bellwether for if this market's going to go up into the end of the year or not. So I think NVDA is going to be a big signifier for where this market heads. I'm bullish on NVDA into their close today, so I'm not bearish on their ER. I'm pretty bullish, and I don't think they're done going up. I have a target of. I'll have to ask Joe. Let me call Joe and see what I gave him for a target. Hold on here. I'm going to ask him. I just changed my phones. I just changed my fucking phone. I don't have anybody's phone number on my phone here. Hold on. I just went back to an Android. It's going to piss off people. Hold on here. I don't even think I have a contacts. Do I have? Oh, I do have Joe in here. Do I have Joe in here? Nope. I got nobody in here. I have to import my contacts, don't I? Okay. Fuck it, then I'll import my contacts. Let me ask Joe what I had for a target on NVDA, because he wants me to lose this. He's been holding me to this for a long time now. Let me see if I can find his number here so I can call him at least. Hold on here. Let me just check. 1 867-309. And you guys want Joe Harper's number? Hold on here. Let's see if we can call him and find out what he has to say. Let me see if he answers. All you Apple soy boys out there with your all you Apple soy boys. I can't stand my iPhone. I can't stand iPhone. He's working. Like, I can't stand Apple. I can't stand the garden. I don't like the garden, man. It's great product, but I'm not a garden person. And so I went out and bought an Android phone. My Apple phone sucks. It turns off whenever the fuck it feels like, and it turns my ringer off. But hold on a second here. How do I answer this? I don't even know how to answer a phone call on this thing. Hey, I got you on speaker. People can probably hear you. So be careful. How you doing? Great. I was calling you to find out remember when Nvidia was like just starting out and I was like, I got a price target of like 6 something. Do you remember what that number was? What was it? Yeah, it's like 150 to 300%, right? I swore I said 600 or 700. I don't remember saying. Supposedly, Joe's here saying I said 1,000. I don't know if I believe that.
So once you get in the takeoff phase, you said it should go. He said there's no sell on Nvidia until you hit
Yeah, that's what it should be. I thought I said 6 something, but it's usually 150 to 300%. So whatever that run,
300%.
yeah,
sure.
It's normally 150 to. Anytime you have like a what happened with NVDA, it's typically 150 to 300%. I don't know what that is right now. I haven't looked to see what it is.
You take it off as it goes. You were saying, you take it off a little bit off here, and you let it ride, and you can take a little bit more off later. But the AI bubble is just rolling.
Yeah, that was the discussion that we had too, right? Was that?
Yeah.
The argument was that this will be dead within 3 months or something. This will be dead within a month to 3 months, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
I was like, that's not what.
Well, it was because we were looking at the market cap of Nvidia.
Yeah.
And I was making the argument that their market cap is so far out of line with the rest of tech for a PE basis that it's got to come down. Like, there's no way that you could justify the price versus earnings on Nvidia. And you were like, that doesn't matter. It's been chosen. The banks are all in.
Yeah.
The hedge funds are all in, and this rocket is going. And I was like, there's no way. And you're like, no, this rocket is going.
And they don't have too many other companies that are true AI companies, right?
Not hardware wise, right? Like right now, that was the reason why the scuttlebutt this weekend was about, OpenAI's, CEO talking about trying to form an AI chip company because everyone out there is licking NVIDIA's boots. And if you need chips, you're going to NVIDIA, getting in line and paying what price they say, right?
Yeah.
So there's no one keeping them honest. And that's dangerous in a bubble, right? Like, so there's an AI bubble. Money is flowing in. Investors are pumping cash into that market. as much as we might hate it, speculative money that was in EVs for the last several years is now all flowing, all the blood's coming out and going into this new pump, which is all AI. And Nvidia is uniquely positioned to capture that, that market, because they're like the arms dealer, right? You always want to be the arms dealer in the conflict. You don't want to be one side or the other. You want to be the people selling missiles, and Nvidia sells missiles. So, and Nvidia's done a good job of keeping everyone else that sells missiles small and fractured. So, I mean, bully to their CEO, but no one is positioned like them to supply the arms, the weapons of fighting this fight that's getting all this venture money.
Yeah, there aren't. I mean, it's kind of like EV, like bringing it back to what you said about EV. It's like you've got like Tesla was the known, and then you have a bunch of little startups that are like, we might be able to get something to market. Some of them commit fraud, some of them just don't do it, some of them run out of money, you name it along the way. And the same thing, or not same, but like similar. It's a good way to. I like that comparison, because just like
I mean, it was the bubble.
Yeah, there's no, and like true companies working on AI, there aren't that many, right? There aren't like committed to it and have the ability to do it and have the resources.
It's not an industry that has been.
And they're making the chips. Hold on, Joe. I got goddamn fucking coffee's hot. Sorry, my coffee's all fucked up. Go on, continue.
No, I was just saying. I mean, like with EVs, there was a legacy industry that was relevant for what like at least half, if not more, of a car, right? So
Yeah.
if you were an engineer working for Ford or Mercedes or even McLaren, you had relevant experience for at least half of what Tesla was building. But in AI, it's a very specialized, and especially large language model AI, which is really what's taken off. Like it was like a corner of Cornell University and MIT and a couple of very specific universities where they were doing this research in a couple of labs until maybe 10 years or less ago. So all the people that saw it coming, they, needless to say, those classes at Cornell and MIT and all of these other schools are absolutely slam packed with people now, because they all see that that's where, it's kind of like if you wanted to go to a university now and sign up to be in one of their, lithium ion battery replacement or upgrade departments, those classes are absolutely slammed full of young people that want to be scientists and engineers on lithium ion, because it's been proven to be a technology people will want in the future. It's probably a safer job, right? But right now, large language modeling is still.
According to the UK Treasury, the UK national living wage will increase by over £1 an hour from April.
Technology informing businesses for a little while. I think it's still got room to run, right? Like it's not like EVs. EVs have been, Tesla's launched the Model S in 12. So we're
2012.
over a decade since.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Proof of concept. Like ChatGPT, believe it or not, launched 1 year ago, about a couple weeks back, and it was not good to begin with, but it was still incredible. GPT-4 launched, were we talking a couple months ago? So I mean, people waking up and, kids in high school playing with these language models in a usable format is new. It's still pretty new. So I think, we got a long way to go, man. Like this bubble's just blowing up. And Nvidia is the only drug dealer, or the drug you got to take if you want to do large language models right now. They're the only real dealer on the corner.
Are you bullish on NVDA's report today or bearish?
You know, there was one interesting point. I was talking to a colleague this morning about it. That on Nvidia, that right before this OpenAI bullshit from the weekend kicked off and everything, Elon Musk recorded a podcast with Lex Friedman, and I listened to that. And there was one point that just like stuck in my head when I was listening to that podcast, and he was talking about where the pain points are and what we're out of and what we need moving forward, and where the shortages are. And he said right now we're in a silicon shortage. Like, that's where we are. We're in a very big silicon shortage, and that's a limiting factor on AI. It's a limiting factor on a lot of things. Build out of new data centers and big compute, and that we're a year or maybe a little less than a year from no longer being in a silicon shortage, which, if you read between the lines, that means that he, as a huge consumer of that product, both in data centers and in his cars, because he puts a lot of silicon in his cars, so they're basically saying chips are a problem now, but the issue with chip shortages is going to be coming to an end within a year or so, based on suppliers telling him when they're going to be able to no longer have any restriction whatsoever on supply. And then we're going to go into a transistor shortage or a power power transistor shortage or something else. No, power supply shortage. And so he was saying that basically chips are going to get caught up pretty soon. So what matters more on their earnings call to me is less about the history and more about the future. So I want to see what their guidance is. Like their earnings, that's great. They'll get a pop off of earnings if they have a beat, which Earnings Whisperer has them with a pretty significant beat. I think the consensus was something like was it $3.14 a share, and Earnings Whisperer has them at $3.46 a share, or something like that.
Yeah, I've got what I've got.
I might be $1 off there, but nevertheless, they've got them with a pretty good beat. But Walmart had a beat, and then they came out and said, "But we see soft demand." So I want to know what their forecast is. I want that.
What I read about,
are they catching up?
I did a review on them last week on Friday, I think, and it all all comes down to their guidance and their expectations into next year. There's
what do they see?
Yeah, that's I agree with that. I gotta try to find the article that I read about it. I read an article about it on Stream, and it had to do with what you're talking about. I think their guidance today is going to matter more than their. I think we all agree that they're going to beat, right? At least they're going to beat on their.
It makes sense. I mean, they've been constrained. They've been, they have been constrained on supply for so many quarters now, where they basically pre-sell the manufacturing they're going to do, and they're praying that they end up with 80% usable from the manufacturing run, because they've already sold 90%, and they've been doing that now for so many quarters that people just have expected it.
So hold on a second here, Joe. May I interrupt for a second? Just a warning to you out there: NASDAQ NDX is turning around bullish right now, so just keep your heads up on you here if we do get a reversal and start moving to the upside. Go ahead, go back to it, Joe.
Yeah, so basically, Nvidia has been in a fight to try and get more. Making chips and dies is like insanely hard, and it's not a 100% manufacture. You get a yield of 100% of what you try and make. They have to test them and see how the manufacturing process went. Some chips are a complete failure. Sometimes the chips that they make aren't they only out of a billion on chip transistors, only 800 million of them actually work, and then that's how they get lower, like the lower end chips. It's basically just how many of the actual lithograph transistors worked when they made them. but they have yield. So like Nvidia's been chasing yield and trying to refine their manufacturing to get a higher percentage of the chips to be at the highest level so they can sell them for these AI applications. Like they've been chasing that because they only have so much manufacturing capacity and it takes weeks, if not months, to make a single batch of chips that once they start to get all the way through the process of all the lithography they have to do to like make them. So they've just been chasing their tail. Like literally they have more orders than they can fill. So if that was true what Elon said on that podcast, that silicon's no longer going to be an issue soon, then I would be interested to find out whether or not that's in their, in the words from the company on guidance, whether they're starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel for them being in manufacturing hell at the end of like say first half of next year or the second half of next year. Any kind of guidance in that direction would be useful, and I think that would give you maybe an opportunity to enter into Nvidia on any kind of a pullback. But I bet they don't go that far out. I bet they just beat. They talk about new products, and if they do that, my God, Nvidia moon. So we'll see.
Yeah, and they were
the
weak.
only thing holding up the Nasdaq right now. So
Yeah. Well, it's like the new boy in the block too, right? I mean, it's always been there, but
Yep.
it's the new like Apple or Tesla or whatever you want to call it.
Actually did an interesting. I was looking at that like with one of my colleagues today, and they were worried about Nvidia, and if they did bad, that everyone's going to sell, and we're going down 10% in the Nasdaq. And I was looking at it, and I looked at order volume on Nvidia, and if you want to see where it gets really thick on Nvidia, you can't look in the last few years. If you want to see stupid volume on Nvidia, you go back to 2012 and back. That's when the order volumes were, insane. Then you go back, the last time that order volumes on Nvidia were really high was between like 2016 and 2018.
Yeah, we looked at that, didn't we?
Volume.
Yeah.
There was a lot of volume in 2018 and 19, but since then, I mean, it's really come down. So like, I think that the banks and the big institutional investors in Nvidia, they placed their bets long ago, and they're all so deep in the money that I don't think that we created even a reasonably large drop like to the weekly on Nvidia. I don't think it's going to cause any big shakeout. I think there's a lot of people that are really happy with their positions in Nvidia and the future of AI and its importance, and they're all just saying, you know what, 10 years from now, when Nvidia's at 3,000, maybe we'll sell some of it. Like, maybe not, but that's kind of what I see.
A little bit of weakness right here, boys. A little bit of weakness in SPOOs. They keep teasing this down move to S1, but they haven't done it. I agree with you, Joe. I think it's I'm in agreement with you, man. I'm in agreement with
until the competitive landscape changes on Nvidia, I just don't believe there's much of a narrative that would be valid except for one that says buy dips.
Any major dip, right?
Major dips to any kind of weekly or something like that, like daily, weekly. Those are just going to be opportunities because like say AI is the new EV. Like it's captured the interest of the public. It's captured the interest of the businesses. Businesses have found ways to fire people and not replace them.
I mean, Hollywood's saying they're going to write films with it. And everybody's like, okay, you got kids using it all over the place, like all the kids. We have kids.
I signed up for ChatGPT 4.
Yep.
I've been using it in my business nonstop. It writes articles for me. It generates website pictures for my website.
Yep.
It helped my daughter format a homework assignment.
Yep.
2 days ago.
We're using it too in that. We're using it too.
15-page play.
Yep.
Yeah, she had to write a 15-page play. I said, baby, just write it like a story, and I will pop it into ChatGPT 4 and have it break out the parts and put them under the, when the narrator was talking and, when different characters were talking and put set direction in. And it totally helped her do that. I mean, she still did the work and wrote the play, but by God, all the like structure, I was like, you're gonna look like you're in high school and she's a sixth grader because it's all the structure that it helped her build out. I mean, but that kind of stuff, that's the future. It's coming. It's what's happening. And they're truly incredible. If you haven't played ChatGPT 4, go sign up. It's incredible.
No, we're signed up for it. We use it all.
The company's falling apart.
We use it all the time, but the way so kids in my daughter's school are getting in trouble for just point blank, just having them just using it like full bore. We use it for structure. We run through her work through it to see what to mostly for structure.
You can put it in there and just say, can you check this for continuity? Or, could you give me some tips on how to improve my grade with this paper? And it doesn't edit the paper. It'll just give you tips. Or for math, you can feed it, math problems and say, did I solved this? It's correct, but did I solve it, using the right base 10 model for middle school math? Because I do math different than my kids. That's a problem for anybody that's like a millennial or younger. I mean, or older. They do math wrong according to core math in school nowadays. So it's been really neat. Like, it understands the question I ask without me having to do research to ask the question the correct way.
That's one of the big parts of it, isn't it? Or not generally speaking, but I'm shocked at how easy it is for it to go down the path or the line of thinking that you have. It's not like Google or something where you're like going down the wrong rabbit holes, looking like you kind of have to like learn. This one, like GPT-4 is saying, "Oh, we know exactly what you're talking about." So,
yeah, that's it. There was actually really interesting. I read an article the other day where you can literally just flow type where none of the letters are correct, but it's the right number of letters, and write an entire paragraph, and ChatGPT will pretty much know what you're trying to say and guess it at a 90% rate. So you could literally just be typing the right number of letters, and none of them are the right letters. It's just the right number of letters, and it will guess the paragraph pretty accurately.
I was watching a guy on YouTube.
Andre Karpathy's Twitter.
I was watching a guy on YouTube build cloud-based. I don't know if they're routers. And then he was running essay writing for he's writing articles for the news articles and stuff, but he wants them to be believable, like it's from a human. And so he's running an idea through GPT-4 6 or 7 times, citing sources from Harvard and Princeton and all this other shit. And but when he first starts running these essay concepts through the GPT-4, it's not passing the bullshit detector. It's still uncanny. You can tell it's still written language model-ish in its how it reads and stuff. But by the time he sends it through 5 or 6 times, I'm like, I don't know if I could tell the difference between a human and a robot. It's not really a robot, but
honestly, you can
software writing that.
Kids have learned all kinds of crazy tricks to get around all the, is this actually written by ChatGPT? I mean, they'll just be throw in throw in 7 basic grammar errors that a middle schooler would make, and it will do it randomly throughout the paper. And you say, could you mix up the two of the sentences so that they're in the wrong tense, so it's past tense instead of present tense, and they'll do that kind of stuff, and they'll be like, look, a 98 still an A, and so they'll have some grammar errors in there that throws off the Turnitin algorithms and stuff like that.
Yeah, someone just commented on the stream saying that Palantir is the AI trade, but I think that statement that I just read in the chat is coming back to what you were saying earlier about,
No, you're picking a side in a war. Don't pick a side.
yeah, you want to provide the bullets. That's what Nvidia does.
Yeah.
Provides the fucking
Yeah.
bullets and the guns.
Don't pick a side. Pick the supplier, right?
You pick the
In a
supplier.
war, you don't want to pick one side. You pick Lockheed Martin, right? You know, it's like, I don't care who's cheating. You know, someone's going to buy more bullets to put in the guns and more missiles to go in the launchers. So that's a safer play, I think, because everyone is a competitor in the AI race. But
Let me just
in
send.
the AI hardware race, there's only really one major supplier.
So I have to interject really quick. I want you guys to see above that there's no resistance up high. You see that big red bar up there? That's much higher than this stop right here. So you're likely going to see us go all the way up here to 453.23. You're going to likely get stopped out. You got a series of higher lows here in this formation. So I'm likely going to get stopped out here in just a moment. Just be aware of that as we come up here. Looks like we're going to have a turnaround here. Bears can't get it done another day, dude. If Bears not getting it done. Another day, dude. Sellers not able to get it done here. Likely looking at a squeeze coming up.
This is the interns.
Yeah.
That's all that's left, right? These are the interns.
Well, they have their chance today. This is the day that the sellers have a chance to get some kind of meaningful pullback. But if it does not look like they're doing it here.
All the bosses are in Montauk.
Yeah, so, dude. They're all...
They all like had to shave and like, you know, mouthwash.
Yeah.
Make it look like they don't do blow every lunch, you know, in front of their families. They're clean. They're in Montauk. And the interns are stuck keeping the machines on.
I used to I'm gonna get stopped out here in just a minute. Hold on here. There's my stops right there, and you're likely going to see that right there, and then that right there, and then that right there. I used to live out west, so I'd go to get lunch in the lodge. And you'd see some of the same faces, right? So kind of like a holiday. And as you're coming into the holiday, it's like quiet in the lodges. Like specifically like Christmas, New Year's, stuff like that. And you'll see the same people, and you'll see like somebody show up. And you're like, they got like he'll show up and he'll have, you know, like 2 or 3 people giving him lessons or something like that. And then later in the week, the wife and kids will show up.
Mm-hmm.
And
got to be clean now.
Yeah, like they show up and they do their bad things, and then mom shows up and the kids show up and the grandparents show up, and all of a sudden you see that same guy like a week later, like he was just with a hooker like past 2 weeks, and now he's with a
mother-in-law's coming in town.
Yeah, I'm already out. I'm in puts that I already been stopped out of puts 10 cents ago, so just heads up to you out there if you're out there watching the stream right now.
Come up to the 30-minute.
Oh yeah, they're gonna squeeze the fuck out of this, dude. They're gonna take this up straight up here. So I'm bullish on NVDA. Are you hawkish or bullish on the Fed statements today? Any thoughts on it, or don't care? Same. Nothing's changed.
I don't think we're gonna see anything big here on this. I think there'll be some shakes in the in the underpinnings of the earth when it gets released, but I don't know that it's going to really ultimately make any major difference by close. But I could be wrong. I just don't think there's enough money playing around right now in the markets to really shake anything directionally.
Yeah, I don't see anything extremely bearish coming out of it, or even changing their.
So keep in mind, in just under 10 minutes time, at the top of the hour, ECB should enable you to be speaking.
A few hours on Friday, because the market closes at 1 Friday. So, I mean, we just don't have a lot of trading days left this week. It just feels like they're going to move it up and down, but there's no real volume in any of it. I don't know.
Are you gonna? Do you think that? Let me see if I have anything else for you. I think that's all I've got. The only thing I've got for today would be the weakness from the minutes. Is the only opportunity for sellers to actually sell this market down at all. Otherwise, it's supportive. That's the regime that we're in.
If you look at the VIX, if you look at the VIX on a like 30-minute chart, it just looks like we're at the kind of cruising part of the downhill ski slope. I mean, it looks pretty bad going all the way back to October 27th or so. It's just been nothing but slip. It was straight down. Now it's leveling out, but we're still in a pretty down, slope.
I'm in some calls right now. Heads up.
Unless we hit something major to bring the VIX back up and send it back up right now, if you pull the VIX up on TradingView with the indicators, you see the dailies well under the weekly. The monthly's trending down. I mean, it's pretty clear that we want this end of the year rally.
So according to Forbes, Binance CEO CZ is in discussions to step down as criminal investigation ends.
Let you roll. I'm going to go back and do actual work.
I want you to have a great Thanksgiving, man. That's the other reason. Are you going to call me before Thanksgiving? I got you on live right now. Everybody can hear you talk.
Yeah. No, I'll definitely be calling you before then.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
I'm flying out of here
daily
on
points, Fibonacci, and market profile
Wednesday at
by signing
6
up
or something
at
like that. So
tothetick.com.
give me a shout.
You headed to family? You going? Where you headed?
Well, I got half my family's doing a big thing in New England, but I'm going out. I'm going out to see my brother. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see him.
He's on the West Coast, right?
He's on the East Coast. He's in Virginia. Yeah, he works. He's like I don't know if I can talk public what he does on this show, but
okay.
I think I've already told you. But all right, so I'll talk to you soon. Say bye to everybody on the stream.
Bye, everybody on the stream.
Okay, I gotta go. All right, I'll talk to you later, brother. All right, so that's my take on NVDA. Is that it's not done yet. Remember when NVDA started to run, and the AI discussion became like when AI started to be a topic, the big question was, and by the way, I'm in calls right now. Hopefully you can get up there and squeeze all this up here. Let's see here, get all this over here. Right up there. I want to see that. I want to see that top get tagged up here. But our original discussion was when the AI conversation started, Joe and I went and looked at NVDA going back a decade or so. And we were discussing not so much, we weren't discussing like the immediate this month. We were discussing, is our discussion focused more on, is the argument that AI would be a flash in the pan, or the discussion about AI would be a flash in the pan. And also people said, nope, 3 months from now, AI is going to be the laughing stock, right? And that hasn't been the case. It's been longer than that at this point. And that's the question is it a flash in the pan? How long? And that's been regurgitated even into about a month ago. That's a flash in the pan, that it's over. And my take on that was, no, it's not, and it's just getting started. And it's gonna get bigger over time. It's kind of like Apple, right? It's kind of like Apple or Tesla, and questions about Apple and Tesla, and if how long this will last. It could be like a decade, right? Or people were like 3 months. I was like, this is gonna be like 10 years. And who are the real true players in this? There's not many, right? It's Microsoft and it's NVDA. In reality, it's those two companies for the cash market in the U.S. would be I guess, and even Microsoft, that would more be geared towards the hardware side of things than the actual. Let's make a language model and push it out to people and stuff like that. You want to be the guy that's like giving them the gun or the bullets or whatever. I'm on that. I'm agreeing with that. Got a 3 trigger cluster here, bullish cluster starting. As long as this hourly trigger holds right here, we should see a giant squeeze. It's gonna be just a few more moments. We'll see if we can get that squeeze higher. You have a hourly trigger, a 5-minute trigger, and a 1-minute trigger, just looking to explode to the upside here. So we should see a nice squeeze higher. Try to tag up here to this half-hour trigger. See if we can take that out. If you want to look over here, you're looking to get above this tick right here. So somewhere right in there. We can probably lower this down right there. Right there. I'll close these calls out if we can get up here and tag this up here.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Schnabel.
Bears unable to do it today, unable to get any meaningful downside movement in the market this morning. They got a little bit of downside movement from Friday into this morning. I guess you could count that as being pretty good, but it looks like Apple's bouncing right off its opening price from yesterday, going higher. Dixie screaming higher. HYG has some gap to close down below. Has a giant gap to the upside that has been closed, though, as well. They've got this gap from the pre-market high. Post-market yesterday high of $75. Currently trading 74.87 in HYG. It's gonna look to squeeze up there and clean up all of that gap from the upside. So we'll look to see if we can get that squeeze. Also note that Nasdaq has a huge bull cross forming right now to squeeze to the upside. So we should see a major upside move here in just a moment. So Nasdaq looks great right now, by the way. Yeah, Bears can't do it here. They're losing it right now. They're going to get squeezed out here in just a moment. They're going to squeeze all these fucking Bears out. There's now 188,000 puts on 452. So they're just loading the fuck out of puts here. And I'm looking at VIX back here. Joe had brought up the VIX earlier, and I was looking at. Let me see if I can bring. I don't know if I can bring this up on the, but I'm looking at that. Like we're right in that zone, man. Like we're right in that VIX zone down there. 1273 was the previous low. We're trading 1336 right now on VIX. It's looking like it's going to get taken to the woodshed once more here. Looking like VIX is going to get taken to the woodshed one more time. The VIX just bleeding right now. Trading 1335 on the VIX right now. Wonder if I can show this. It's kind of fascinating. I'm looking at Apple here. Apple has a huge bull cross. Get out of the way if you're a seller here. You're likely going to see some kind of a huge squeeze here in Apple coming up. Nasdaq has a huge bull plane forming on it as well. Tesla just grinding up. VIX going into the dumpster. Large. This is all pretty bullish here. HYG is extremely bullish to the upside. VIX getting drained right now. Apple has a bull plane forming on it. Nasdaq has a bull plane forming on it. Just looking for a back check right now on the hourly trigger for a squeeze higher. Come on, baby. So my audio mix. So I'm being asked to turn my audio mix up. So what am I missing here? Can you hear my voice okay out there? Let me know if you can hear my voice okay. Do you think my voice should be louder or not? Yeah, we got a three trigger cluster right now on SPY in just a few moments. We're just gonna see if this holds. Voice is good. Volume wise, it's good, right? I turned down the volume on the other stuff earlier. You want louder? Because my mic is up in the yellow. Hold on, let me check. Check 1, 2. Is this better right here? Check 1, 2. That seems pretty loud. Levels are good right now. I just turned them up, so some people are asking for higher. Probably on their phone or something. They have a shitty speaker or something like that. Okay, you guys hear me fine? There are some notifications constantly popping up. Sounds good? Okay. All right, we're good. I think my other levels are what I have. And the other thing that I wanted, so I had this like audio cable thingy that will quiet down other noises if I speak, but it's not working. I had to do some other fucked up shit with slobs. Might get a nice reversal right here. Nice, get a big fat squeeze coming up here for spoos. You heard me giggling over the Atlantic yesterday. That's a good level now. You're saying my voice could be louder in relation to all my other audio. It's low. I'm on a PC. Okay, I see what you're saying now. See, on my side, I've got these I've got a microphone mixer that's saying that I'm blasting out right now. You get a nice fat squeeze here coming up in just a few seconds. Shouldn't take too much longer. Should see a nice squeeze up. The PT is slightly down here. It's slightly lower. It's like right there. And then we got a big grind to do above here. We'll just leave that right there so you can see it. Should be just a few more minutes here. Just watch out for Tech. Tech's got a huge bull plane forming on it right now. And we'll see if it completes and can send us higher. You're saying that I do sound low? All right. I'm going to have to do some work then. I had some audio problems yesterday. I'll go back and reset all of my mixing board after today. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Thanksgiving. Let's do an interlude. It's 12:06 in the afternoon right now. Just kind of putting around here, waiting for 2 p.m. What do you got? So Thanksgiving's a weird thing. I was reading some stories yesterday, or I read two stories. I read one story where there was a comment section and people were like, I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. And they said it was an article that said, like, be aware that some people don't celebrate Thanksgiving. There was a caveat to that article. A lot of people have a tough time with Thanksgiving. It's one of those holidays where people, like men, I think, like it's like the highest rate of suicide of the year is during Thanksgiving. For men, I think specifically, it's Thanksgiving. I think it's the holidays in general, but Thanksgiving's the big one. So some of that bleeds off into people that don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Some people don't celebrate Thanksgiving because of political beliefs or religious beliefs. They're like, we did all this bean stuff to indigenous people, and so you shouldn't be celebrating it. I still celebrate Thanksgiving. I don't celebrate. I celebrate it like I guess if you could be secular with Thanksgiving, that's how I celebrate it. I'm just like, yeah, it's a good place in the year to mark being grateful. Whatever. I don't know if I'm based in the traditions of Thanksgiving so much. I don't really think about that. I'm very secular in a lot of my stuff in life. So for me, Thanksgiving is just a holiday for me to show some gratitude. I think that's the big takeaway. Now, I can see how Thanksgiving would be a tough
KCNA
thing for
says
people
North
out
Korea's
there.
satellite launch was
If you-
successful, and North Korea's satellite is now in orbit.
What did they just say about the satellite being in orbit? North Korea now gets shit in orbit? I'm missing that on South Korea. The idea here being, though, is that this can be a touchy holiday for people, right? Everyone's got a fucking take on it. And then I read another article where people were excited for Thanksgiving. And in this comment section of this thing, I found that bizarre. People, like, they set themselves up for stress and anger and all this other craziness for Thanksgiving. It's like a competition for sniping your family members and your friends, and there's a lot of expectations from people on Thanksgiving to do a bunch of stuff. Here comes the squeeze, baby. They're gonna squeeze all these fucking bears out right now. This fucking seller's about to get squoze. Squeeze out the bears, baby. This is their last defense right here. They're gonna get squeezed out here. They're gonna get pushed. So Thanksgiving's kind of a weird thing, right? It's like it's probably one of the most loaded holidays of the year. You know, like Mother's Day, you know what you have to do. Father's Day, it's like, fuck that. Thanksgiving's a weird one. It's when you get together with your family and your friends, and there's all kinds of connotations associated with it. There's all kinds of like, I'm gonna go fuck with my sister-in-law. I'm gonna go fuck with my mother-in-law today. I got a bone to pick. I've been dealing with kids and, you know, like making pies and all this other shit, and people are travel weary and tired from all the work that they're doing, and then they have expectations of their family and all that kind of stuff. So I wonder, am I going to ask you guys, are you guys all prepared for Thanksgiving? Would be my big question. Yeah, they're going to squeeze the fuck out of these sellers right here. They're going to get squeezed. They're going to get smashed out here. So I'm wondering from you guys, I guess I have two questions. First, the big question would be, are you going to celebrate Thanksgiving? Do you not celebrate Thanksgiving? If you're like, I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, say that in the chat. I want to know how many people are celebrating and not celebrating. And then the next question would be, hold on a second. I have to take some of these calls off in a second here. The next question would be about, keep on squeezing, baby. Hit that PT up there. Hit that PT. The next question would be about, so do you celebrate Thanksgiving? Do you not celebrate it? Do you not celebrate it because of some kind of, I don't like emotions or negativity or having a bad go of it out there? Or is it just because you don't? Some people are introverts too. Some people don't celebrate. I read that too. Some people just said, hey, I'm an introvert. And I go do introverted things. I go hike. A lot of people are like, a lot of people go camping. Like I go camping during Thanksgiving. So I'm always fascinated by this holiday in particular, and what people do during this holiday. This holiday, I think, is very emotional for people. Yeah, Thanksgiving is not celebrated in Europe. It is not celebrated in Europe. It shouldn't be, right? It should be celebrated here, right? I guess it's celebrated in other places too, but I'm talking about people in the U.S. Yeah, Lightbringer saying, first year celebrating after leaving our religion. Gratitude is still a value worth maintaining. Yeah, I can see that. I'm very secular, but even I was raised religiously. And there was a whole bunch of stuff from my upbringing that I still think is all good shit. Like I can't say that it's not good. Like everything that you're taught, or everything that I was taught as a kid, a lot of it's still good. Like don't fuck your neighbor's wife or something, or don't steal, or don't murder people. I'm like, yeah, it's all good stuff to live by. I can get behind that. We have a major problem here. So I just got to ask a question. Beartown Sheriff says, do you think we pump tomorrow like we did July before a national holiday? Funny how trend line from all-time high and July high is close up there with the closest gaps. Number one, we have to be above. We have to be above that node, that gamma node, to go higher. So Beartown Sheriff, we have to be above that box. Let me show you the SPX box down here. So you want to be. So if you think we can squeeze higher, I want you to see this box right here. You need to be above that box right there. That's at 4550. So we can squeeze right now, right? Close all this stuff out, but it doesn't get us above, right? This is a wall. This is the call wall right here. So until we get above that call wall for the next wall, I think the squeeze is short-lived. So still not like bullish until we get above that green box right there. Otherwise, we're just closing all this gapage that's right here, just down below. We have to be above that green box for me to get bullish for the next level higher, the next squeeze. So do I think we can squeeze? Yes. But you have to be above that number. So until price shows us that we're higher than that green box right here, I think we just bounce around. You try not to. Thanksgiving is not celebrated. Big celebration in your family. POC Wave is saying they got a big celebration. First year celebrating after the reels. Already read that one. Celebrated, but try not to overindulge. Better time to reflect, like you said, and gear up for the season in general. Yeah, I don't do a. We did a family get together a month ago, I think. Maybe a month ago. Wife and kids got together with some family members, and whole family was getting together for this holiday. And I've got other shit I got to do with other family members, so I'm like, we'll do something early with them, and then we'll do something else with other family members. What I don't do typically is I try to stay away from Thanksgiving with family, or like large groups. I try to stay away from with family. I try to do smaller groups of people where we're not going to tear each other's heads off. The last large family, like I get together with like family reunions and stuff. Everybody's happy. Everyone wants to have a good time. It's like a vacation for people. But the last holiday I went to, like large family, like I got together an Easter get together, and I had to excuse myself. I was like, I can't do this anymore. There was like old men were like jabbing at young men, and it was kind of gross. I was like, I can't do this. I'm gonna fucking snap and fucking scream at somebody. Hold on here. I'm gonna close some calls out. Give me one more green bar up there. Give me one more green bar. One more green bar. One more green bar. 40 cents is not enough. Come on. One more green bar, dude. Just hit this white thing right here so I can call it. It's right there is what I want. I want that. Just hit that PT thing. God damn it. I'm waiting. Come on. Big squeeze coming up on Apple right now. Big cross and NDX right here. Should see a violent move to the upside here in just a little bit. Come on, squeeze it. Fuck. I'll show you guys what I'm watching over here. So I'll show you. Watch it so you guys can see what I'm watching in the background. So here's Apple 5-minute chart, but here's a 1-minute chart on Apple. So they already have their cross. So if you look down below, here's the Apple. There's a bull plane right here, just so you can see it. That's a bull plane. It's looking to confirm for a squeeze higher. NASDAQ has the same thing. So NDX, or I should say the NASDAQ 100, has that same thing going on down here. So I'm just looking for that cross, retest this, and start grinding higher to clear out all this stuff up here. See if they can do it or not. I'm just kind of like waiting now. Almost back to the opening price on SPY. Come on, spoos, baby. Canadian here celebrated in October. We also celebrate American Thanksgiving as well. That's good. You might as well, right? Every time you can get a good meal in. I end up doing like Thanksgiving. I end up doing normally it's like
So
big
according to the
meal.
Wall Street Journal, Binance founder Zhang Peng Zhao agrees to step down and pleaded guilty. Again, their Binance founder agrees to step down and pleads guilty.
Nice. Clean out the riffraff. That's like what, 2 Ponzi schemers down. We have what, 100 more to go. You play 45s? I used to play 45s. I play you know what I taught my wife recently was I taught her how to play spades. I learned how to play spades in college, and I just taught my neighbors play it. So I'm like, you got to learn spades so you can be my partner. I like playing spades. I was thinking about going to the Lions game until now I got to fly. Won't be in town, but I was thinking about going to the Lions game this year for Thanksgiving. That's because that's taking place this year in Detroit. Just a little bit more. Come on now. Get up and give me that bounce, baby. Give me that squeeze. Come on.
So the piece by the Wall Street Journal is on the feed for all those interested.
Dixie's still running hotter. Trading 103.49. HYG just parked. VIX getting sold down to 13. It's coming into some support here at 13.26 in a little bit. Apple trying to hold itself up right here to make that turn happen. Nasdaq coming down to retest that bull cross, see if it holds up here. Just waiting. Mr. Takamonkey saying that he said, what games do people play at family friends? We're busting out Farkle and golf. I've never played golf. I've played Farkle before. I like that game. Normally we play, if I go back to family, we play Risk. I think it's Risk. We play Risk. I've played Dungeons and Dragons on Thanksgiving. Mostly I save those games though for New Year's Day. Chinese food, American Chinese food, and those board games. But I think board games are a good one. What do you guys play for games out there? Do you play whist? Do you play spades? Do you play cribbage, euchre? Do you play board games, Dungeons and Dragons, Stratego? I like that game. That was like my introduction to Risk. Right, like you get good at Stratego, and then you start playing Risk. Come on, squeeze it. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. I might actually hold to this. I might actually hold up here. So I might actually go to there now that you've fucked around here. I'm getting greedy now. Now I'm getting greedy. Where's the pivot here? 453.31. All right, give me that one. How about that? Give me PT. Give me the PT. Oh, you son of a bitch. Sorry, oops. Rummy tiles. Yeah, that's what I'm like sitting here going, fuck me, man. They're gonna try to kill these fucking calls. They're gonna try to grind me here. There's absolutely no cons to giving thanks, only pros. Yeah, that's how I look at it. We do this thing in my family, so we're not religious. I was religious. I grew up very religious. My wife was very religious growing up. We both went to private Catholic schools for grade school, for high school, and I went to Catholic college. And I went to Catholic college, so but I'm now more atheist. My wife is agnostic. Now, we did introduce our kids to church. We brought them to different churches. We brought them to Catholic church, brought them to, we actually went to, I forget the name of it. But it was like the name of the church was like a very liberal church. But anyways, took the kids to church a bunch, see if they wanted to be religious or spiritual or find God. You never know. Kids sometimes will be like, I believe in God. And I don't want to stifle a kid if they're going to believe in God in any way, shape, or form. I went to Riviere College it's a sister school of St. Anselm's. That's where I went to college, if you want to know. And but anyways, even though I'm not religious anymore, I still like, or at least like, so in my family, what we do is we have dinner, and rather than saying prayers at a table.
ECB Schnabel says, I'm seeing a limited pass-through to deposit rates. Says energy shocks threaten to leave permanent scars.
Even though we're not religious, guess what we do? So we have dinner at nighttime, right? And pretty well, I mean, we do this frequently. But we'll do a thing where we talk about what we're grateful for around our kitchen table or our dining room table or even the buffet or bar that we have. We'll sit down.
Says the economy could be hit by new supply side shocks again.
What are they trying to do? Talk down the market? We're about to squeeze tits off here. So what we do is we go around our table and we will talk about what we're grateful for. So before we begin to eat, we'll sit down and I'll say something to my daughter. We usually start with my youngest daughter. She always wants to go first, right? And so we'll say, what are you grateful for today? And my youngest daughter will talk about.
Says longer term inflation expectations still signal risks.
What she's grateful for, and then we go from person to person. And it's a good exercise for us. One, because kids love to talk about shit. Kids love to talk about their day or what's gone well for them in the week, or if they've had a bad week, they'll talk about that. It's a good way to probe your kids.
Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
So it's a good way for you to gauge your kids. If they're very upset, they'll say something. They'll be like, "I'm not grateful this week." They're pretty honest. Come on, dude, squeeze this shit out. And they're pretty honest with you. But they also get to learn from you what you're grateful for. So, my youngest daughter, for a long time, it was like, I'm grateful for candy. I got candy today. I'm grateful.
To bank lending.
Come on, baby. I think I'm just long here, man. I think I am. I don't think I have to sell shit. I have to sell once we get up to that 55-0. But other than that, there ain't nothing stopping it. They gave me a fucking penny, dude. I'm up 41 right now on 454Cs. They're giving me a penny for this right now. These fucking cocksuckers. Sorry. They're like, you have to hold forever here, boss. So I guess I'm still long until they start paying. I'm up 1 penny. Well, not up a penny, but all this nonsense down here. Now I'm up 2 pennies. Come on, dude. Squeeze this up there. Give me a big fat fucking squeeze. Nothing. No dice here. This looks like a function of take the money from me. Only 1 penny. I'm up now. I'm down a penny. 41 right now. 41, bouncing around 41, 42. So I gotta sit here and wait for it to get paid. That's how we celebrate Thanksgiving most days of the week. Now, Thanksgiving of itself is like the big lead up for that. Like, what am I grateful for? And the way that we do it on Thanksgiving is we take a walk. And we usually take a walk. No matter where we are, we take a nice bit. If we eat, right, we'll take a walk and to work off all that fucking food that you're eating. And it's usually a substantial walk. It's usually like a mile or two. Not substantial, but with kids, it's substantial, like 1 to 3 miles. And it's one of my favorite parts of Thanksgiving. We grab this we usually buy a bottle of wine called Fortissimo. It's terrible. It's like rot gut. And it was started by my father-in-law. Hold on, I'm going to take some money up here. Dude, they are not paying shit today. Come on. They are not paying shit here. They are not paying anything here. At 43 right now. HYG is extremely bullish right now, just a heads up. VIX trading down to the dumpster. Dixie on the move to the upside. Apple's very bullish.
Just a reminder, in about 5 minutes' time now, we do expect to hear comments from ECB Centeno. So ECB Centeno speaks about fiscal policy versus monetary policy at a conference in Oporto, northern Portugal.
Still long calls here. Waiting for a breakout. This is more a function of not getting paid. Up 44 right now in 54s. Come on, give me a squeeze, dude. And pay something here. Half hour trigger tagged. I don't know if I should take the money and jump back in on a pullback. Calls are holding up good here. They're at 43. Tesla rolling over. Come on, give me a squeeze, baby. Give me one big fucking green bar, dude. Just one giant fat fucking. One fucking just squeeze right up there. I promise I'll take my toys and go home. Trading 46 right now. Dude, they are giving no fucking free money today. Come on. I got a sell order in here in these calls. Trying to catch 50 on 454. Just give me 50. Come on, baby. Trading 45 right now. They are cheap as fuck with the money today.
So shortly expecting comments from ECB Santino. Doesn't appear to be a live video available.
Trading 46 right now. NASDAQ with a little bit of a roll here, but it's just coming back down to check the 1 minute trigger. Yeah. I just want that one. I just want one green bar. I don't know if they're going to give it to me. It's like watching fucking paint dry. Back down to 42. Still long calls.
So Senate Banking Panel announces a December 6th hearing with bank CEOs.
NASDAQ just checking its 1 minute trigger here. Apple with a nice fucking reversal bar. Green candle on Apple. Come on, baby. Trading 44 right now. These fucking dealers, man. I fucking hate market makers. They ain't got no money to give anybody. Come on. Come on. Trading 45 right now. I'm just looking for 5 more pennies. 44. Holy shit, my eyes are bleeding.
So the White House says the Wagner Group may be preparing to provide military equipment to Hezbollah or Iran.
Come on. Squeeze. Oh, fuck. Dude, I could sit in the hammock right now and just watch this for like the next 2 hours, pass out, wake back up, and it'll be up. It's like so much drama. Nope. Easy. Okay, this is good to see. You have more calls coming in right now. Whole bunch of calls coming in. 453 Cs. It's good to see. Come on, baby. Give me that fucking squeeze. There we go. Trading 47 right now. 3 more pennies to go. Come on. I guess you call that a price target, almost a strike, but I need a little bit more. I need more. They got to give up 5 fucking pennies. You can't give up 5 fucking pennies? Get fucked. Give me my money, dude. Come on. Apple with a confirmation trade should squeeze up right now. NASDAQ with confirmation squeeze. If you're short, get out of the way. I'm about to start fucking squeezing here. Trading 47 right now. Come on. Dixie rolling over right now. HYG bullish. VIX getting sent down to the depths of hell. Apple very bullish. NASDAQ in general very bullish here. NASDAQ should at least trade 16. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. This should be explosive. I don't know if I should take my... Hold on a second. I took the 50-cent stop off 454s. I'm just gonna look to I'm just gonna look for a giant squeeze here because it's pretty much what we're looking at, right? I kind of need that big squeeze, so we'll see if it can do it or not. I don't trade individual tickers too frequently anymore. I'll buy NEO, but I don't day trade that stuff. I'll hold it. I'll hold like a ticker for 3 months or so. Like I'll buy the actual underlying. But I don't like day trade them anymore. I don't day trade NEO. I have day traded NEO, but I don't right now. You do 4 questions with your kids. Best part of your day, worst part of your day, something kind someone did for you and something kind you did for someone else. I like that. I like doing it something like that. I like doing that around the table, like without saying prayers, just trying to like it. The other thing so when I grew up, And that what we do at our dining room table did not. I didn't grow up with that. My wife grew up with that. And what I liked about it, my wife introduced it to our family as a tradition. And what I really liked about it, and she did it with her dad and mom, even when they were adults, into their adulthood. So when I first met my wife, they did it at their households. And what I like about it too is that it sets the tone usually, unless something bad's going on with a kid, usually sets the tone for, well, you're teaching your kids how to be grateful when they're sad too. There's a whole bunch of good qualities to this. Nice big squeeze here coming up. I've taken my stops off on the upside, so we'll see if I can catch my 50 cents or even higher. Looking for a squeeze here. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at all that shit up there to take out. Start squeezing, baby. The other, like, what I like about it too is that when I grew up, my father was really tough on me as a kid. He had very high expectations for me, and he didn't see me a lot. I did a lot of school, and then I did a lot of sports. I was involved in like Cub Scouts and then Boy Scouts and then sports and all kinds of other stuff. So I wasn't really home a lot. So my dad didn't see me a lot outside of dinner. So he used that opportunity to come after me usually, where I wasn't living up to his expectations. So my childhood, I have a lot of connotations with family dinner being negative. So doing that and with my wife and kids kind of cuts out the bad dinner, right, or the bad experiences, and it kind of like forces you to have a good dinner and to relax so you can eat your meal and digest your meal,
$8 million.
all that kind of stuff. So that's very supportive in here. Very supportive. Bears couldn't get it fucking done, dude. Fucking Bears, dude. Again, can't get it done. About to start squeezing here. Let's see if we can get 453.66. Let's see if we can move this up. I'm gonna move my PT up here now.
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Trading 48 for a brief moment. See if we can get up there. See if we can squeeze that. Squeeze it. Well, give me 454. Put me in the money. Come on now. Trading 48 right now. Come on, dude. Just fucking pay it. Pay that fucking strikeout, dude. Pay out 454. Just pay the fucking strikeout, dude. Pay it out. There we go. There we go. Trading 49 right now on 454C. Hope we can get a big fat squeeze out of this. Apple is extremely bullish here. NASDAQ extremely bullish. Dixie rolling over. Sellers on the ropes right now. Can you give me 454? Come on, baby. All right, still sitting in calls here. I'm not going to do anything just yet. I'm getting annoyed here. I'm getting annoyed mostly with them not paying. Like it's like well, I think I bought it down here, but it's like, here's 5 cents, take 5 cents back. Here's 5 cents, take 5 cents back. Here's 5 cents, take 5 cents back. And we're still on a fucking run here, so these 0 dates should be These 0 dates should be looking good. So I'm either expecting a giant fucking squeeze or a giant rejection. Someone's got to get paid here. Fucking Theta Gang. Fucking hate Theta Gang. Tesla looks like it's just grinding me. That's all it looks like. It's grinding. Apple's grinding up right now. Sellers are on the ropes. They were not really on the ropes. They were selling at the top yesterday, so they got $1 they can give me. They can give me a fucking $1 here. They can give me $4.54 before they get all crazy. Trading 48 right now. There goes that half-hour trigger's getting bullish right now. Starting to squeeze. Oh, yeah. Trading 52 right now. Still long here. Come on, baby. Give me that fucking squeeze, dude.
So in 10 minutes time now, we do get the US 10-year tips auction. So the prior bids cover of 2 to 44 and a prior high yield of 2.094%.
There goes Apple. Apple squeezing. NASDAQ squeezing.
So the US
Tesla going up.
$15 billion of 10-year tips.
Trading 52 right now.
So just taking a look at the auction preview. So the tips sale are poised for the highest yield since 2009.
Just check the 10-year really quick.
So just taking a look at the preview then, so positives for the sale include outright yield, break-even inflation rate, and low expectations for additional Fed rate hikes. Negatives, in addition to timing during a holiday and shortened weekend, include persistent outflows from tips and ETFs. Tips ETFs and recent progress towards lower inflation and the Fed's commitment to restoring price stability via higher rates. So primary dealer positions in tips due 6 to 11 years was net long $1.28 billion in the week ended November 8th versus $1.7 billion average net long over the past year.
52 fucking cents, dude, for all that squeezing? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Still long calls here. Dude, they ain't paying shit. I should be up 100% right now. You tell Morpheus that I hate him and his Theta Gang. They ain't paying me shit right now. So I guess the idea here would be we're gonna blast off. We're gonna rip some fucking faces off in just a minute. Or they're gonna reject this shit down and send it down to the fucking depths of hell. So we'll find out. We're on this big red bar right here, so we're gonna find out. We're gonna break through. Come on, man. Print it, baby. Print it. Fucking print it. I think R1 ready is at 456.08. R1's at 456. This is just my price target here. Like this line, this isn't R1. R1 is you ready for this? Yeah, right over there. Like that's R1. So this is my PT right here. All I want, right? And this is actually R1 way up here. This is R1. Like this you can see it you can actually see it in the options. The dealers are like, buddy, you need to go up here. And I'm like, really? I really need to go way the fuck up there? Maybe I should just draw a box in here. 43.68, I think, is all I was looking for. So if I can just get that right there, it's like didn't change. Where is it at? Yeah, somewhere up there. There's another one here, too. There's where those assholes were. There's these assholes up here. And then there's these assholes up here.
So
These
5
are-
minutes time
these
now,
are
we
all
do get the
sellers.
US 10-year tips auction. So the US set to sell $15 billion with a prior high, bids cover of 2 to 44 and a prior high yield of 2.094%.
I should make these smaller. These are all just sellers up here. This one too. This guy up here is just sellers. Still long here, trading 53. Burning some time. Just a heads up to you that the Fed release is in just over an hour from now. I'm not going to expect anything from this Fed that's outside of expectations. The only thing that I would expect negative would be trying to spin it in a negative way. The ability to spin the news in a negative way today, that's possible. I think that's the only risk to bulls today would be spinning the narrative. Talking heads spinning the narrative publicly. They come on to like CNBC and Bloomberg and they start talking a bunch of shit. That doesn't mean shit. Other than that, though, not expecting too much out of today. Looking to take some money off here in a little bit. Trading 55 right now. NASDAQ pushing. NASDAQ also coming into its first sell point up here. It's at roughly 15,939 or so. $15,945, somewhere in there. Trading 57. I'm taking the money on 454s. I have a sell order in here. I'm looking for one more penny to see if I can get out. Hold on a second. I just cleared my sell order. Maybe they'll give me 4 pennies here.
So shortly expecting the tips auction and the when issue at the top of the hour.
Yeah, my favorite way to trade Tesla is on that daily velocity. When that daily velocity goes negative, like minus 50, you start buying Tesla every time. Every single time. All right, still sitting here fucking around with calls. Had an order in to sell, but it didn't get up another penny, so I took it off. Now I'm sitting here at 56. See what happens here.
When issue 10-year tips yield about 2.145% before the $15 billion reopening. Again, there when issue yield about 2.145%.
Hey, what's going on, Trader Podcast? How you doing, brother? Yeah, we got the 10-year coming out here in just a second. I just checked in the 10-year a few minutes ago. How you doing, man? I've been meaning to talk to you, but I've been busy and shit. But I will catch up with you at some point. Hope all is well. Happy Thanksgiving, bro. Hope you celebrate some fashion. Oh fuck. Oh, here we go. Now down to 49.
Shortly expecting the results of this US 10-year tip sale. I'll be leading with the bid to cover ratio. Should be coming out in around 1 minute's time now.
Down to 48 right now in calls. It was up to 60 at one point. Oh, not 60, 58 or something. Down to 45 right now. I'm looking for this cross to hold right here if you want to watch this down below. I'm selling that shit down. Motherfucker. Down to 42 right now. Killing it and trading. Happy Thanksgiving to you. It was heavy puts yesterday and draw down 25%. My play kind of held today and damn near bottom ticks. 50% gain, sitting in some cash now. Right on Trader Podcast.
39.79% of bids at high. Primary dealers taking 13.6%, direct 16.25%, indirect 70.15%.
No bangers for me yet today, brother. It's like trade, give it back, flat shit. Give up 2 cents. Right now I'm up like 10 cents, but I was up it was up to 60 at one point, so I was in for like 36 cents, went to 58, I think. And still no bangers yet today. No killing it. I didn't see the Deepfake Trader Podcast. I'll get on Twitter. I haven't been on Twitter a lot, man. I've been way too fucking I am so far behind it. I am like mountains of behind right now. Like I'm like trading and stuff and then trying to catch up and all kinds of other craziness. So I'm just behind the gun. I'm behind the gun. Hopefully I get out of the gun. Like, I'm hoping that I get some time to do some work over the weekend so that I can get back to where I should be. Like, all that time off I took, man, for being sick is like nobody waits for you. It's like just everything just keeps marching forward was the moment you stop working. See if this holds right here. Well, this has to hold right here. If this doesn't fucking hold right down here, I gotta close. That's the entire move right there. Motherfucker. I'm up 2 pennies right now. These motherfuckers, dude. That's that whole fucking move right there. Oof. Gone. All that fucking work right there. Gone. I fucking hate Spoos sometimes. Today's one of those days, Trader Podcast. Like, I'm trying to scrape nickels and pennies here, and I'm like, I don't know if I should be doing that. I should not be trading. Not for pennies and nickels. If we're not on a fucking trend day. I know it's the tips auction. I know. Don't tell me it's a tips auction. I already know. 15 billion. Look at that fucking red bar down there. It's nasty as fuck.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear all
Bouncing around 38, 39 right now.
Instruments.
We'll see if this holds
Get
or
a
not.
free trial at tickstrike.com.
Up 2 pennies right now. Look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ now looks like shit. This looks like a fucking bull trap, dude. 37, up 1 penny right here. And I'm gonna sell. I'm getting fucking sold. No. It's the whole move right here for me. Come on. Bounce, bitch. Mm-hmm. Do I know when the tool will be ready for purchase? I should ask you guys that. Are you guys ready for it right now? I could release it right now. I can release a form of it right now. I need to. Everybody's like, I got like pitchforks, like, just do it. Everybody's pitchforks, like fucking mods are pissed off, admins, fucking developers, everybody's mad at me. Yeah, I've been doing the videos. So I've been making videos. I got a whole bunch of videos done for it. And we start at like square one. So it's really cool. We're right there. We're almost ready. These fucking guys are trying to fucking pound me out. I fucking hate dealers, dude. What are you gonna do, Spoos? I mean, look at VIX, dude. VIX pin struck 1326. The next level for VIX. The next level that I have for VIX is 1303, then 1285, and then 1273, and I think that's it. Man, they're murdering the VIX right now. It's getting annihilated right now. Back to 40 on those calls. This fucking bar right here. Fuck that bar. Fuck that bar. Fuck that red bar right there. This thing can eat a bag of dicks, that red bar. Just under 52 minutes until the Fed minutes. Yeah, there'll be a deal. I'll give when I launch it, there'll be a deal. The problem that I have right now with launching that tool is the version that I want to release to you is cheap to. The version that I want to release to you is cheap to host and cheap to provide for you. The version that is going to get released to you right now is cost me a lot of money, and I don't want to release that one without the cheap version available. So I got some issues I got to deal with. Matter of fact, let me check on it right now. I'm going to check something real quick in the background here. Let me check the dev real quick and see what he says. I think these guys have their mic hot at Financial Juice right now. They got a hot mic. See what these guys are saying. Why is it cheaper? You got some of you guys probably understand this, some of you guys probably don't. So if I run so the way that I want to run, or the way that the normal way for me to run this, where you'd have access to the tool on my website, would be where I have to buy data, and the data is about $15,000 on the minimum per month. It's not cheap; it's expensive. It's $15,000 a month. It's upwards of $25,000 a month for that data. Now, for that. Hold on here, I'm watching this right now. I got calls on right now. So what I'm trying to do is make the data cheaper, and so I think let me check right now and see. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Let me check something here. Yeah, this guy. So this guy right here. Yeah, this guy hasn't gotten it done either. It's like not what I'm trying to get done here is not easy to get done. It can be done, it's just not easy. So I'm not seeing any progress here. So I could just launch what I've got, which wouldn't be too bad. But I don't see shit. I'm gonna get stopped out here in just a moment. I'm like within a penny here. The VIX bouncing off that 1326. And I'm not seeing anything on my end here that's saying that it's ready. I'm trying to do is get cheap fucking data for you. So embedding that in the website, like pulling that data for that website it's hard to say here publicly all this stuff, but I'm trying to do it cheaply, and it's not easy to do. Right now, the way to do it costs a lot of money. The classic way to do it. No, it's not desktop or website. It's right now. So right now there are ways for me to get cheap data, but it's not easy. So It's not easy to do. So, and I don't want to talk about it publicly, but that's what I'm trying to do for you. So if we can get that, we'll get that. I'm going to put a limit sell here. Hold on. My eyes are hurting too. I'm going to get stopped out here in just a minute. They're trying to stop me out. I've got some allergies or some shit. I don't know what's going on. I got some floating around my house or something. Got like my eyes. And I just took a shower too. Yep, I'm out. I'm flat. Okay. Fuck you too. That was a fucking, I lost a penny on that trade. It was up to 58 cents from 36. Should have taken the money and run up here at my PT above. Didn't. Got greedy up here and got rolled down to the downside. All the way down to where we started. And now I got shit. And they took my fucking stop out down here. Knew exactly where it was. Took me for 1 penny for that whole run. I'm a little fucking saucy about that. Now the fucking Bears and their fucking minutes.
Reverse repo facility.
Hey, Market Rebel, how are you doing? As long as y'all pitch in, no, I'll get you guys. If I can't get it done right, so here's the deal. The deal is this: I either have to launch and make enough money to pay for that data to launch that fucking tool, that version of the tool, or I have to absorb the cost myself. And if nobody signs up, I start burning cash. So what I don't want to do, the problem here is this: I don't want to. The problem here is that I don't want to launch that way, start burning cash, nobody signs up, and it doesn't support itself. And then I'm on the hook, and then I come back to you in like 3 months or 6 months or a year and go, hey, I just fucking took a hit for fucking $100,000 and I'm going to get fucked here, right? And I'm going to wrap this up, tear it up, and we're out of here. We tried it, and we failed. So there's like this aspect to it where I don't want it to fail. I need it to... Like, the whole reason we're doing this is for retailers. So the thesis here is
95 counterparties take
to help retailers out for a long time. So
dollars at the Fed reverse repo operation.
It's like a really touchy, it's a really touchy, weird place that we're in right now. Nothing's easy, man. Nothing's easy.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
There's no real roundabout way, or there used to be, or not, I don't know if it's used to be, but it's really a weird thing. It's like, and another thing too that I could do here that I haven't done, there's one other part to this that I haven't done. So these data companies, they'll sometimes work with you too. Like if I contact a data company and say, this is where I'm at, this is what I want to do, and I don't know, like data companies will deal with you. Like they'll actually cut you a deal to make sure that what you have is viable, like what you're doing is viable. But I haven't done that yet. So there's like one more step that I can take to contact this one specific data company that I need to contact. But I need to like have a meeting with them and say, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. I don't want to tie myself into this and then get fucking run over. You know what I mean? And it'd be vicious, right? So there's like how much exposure can you give to yourself and all that other kind of stuff. So yeah, everything, man. This data would be all this data opens up like, so the one cool part about this data is once you pay for it, then I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can give you like gamma on all the fucking tickers in the stock market, every fucking morning. I can so right now when you guys are out there, I want you guys to know something. It's like when you guys are getting data from, when you guys are getting stuff from a lot of people out there, oftentimes they're pulling free data from the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Comes out every morning at like between 8:30 and 9:30 is the cleanest data. So a lot of the stuff you guys are paying for out there that you get, not everything, but a lot of it that you get out there, you're getting data that's free, right? It's basically free. This data we need all day long, right? So that shit's not free. So it does open up a bunch of other stuff for us to do for you too, not just this. It opens up like a bunch of other, like it opens up like all kinds of stuff to give to you guys. So there is one benefit to that you guys would have access to a whole bunch of other shit and tools in real time that you might otherwise get delayed. So there's a lot of benefits here. We're just in this weird place. It's just like right when you get to launch, it's like bottleneck, and nothing is fucking easy. Like right at or it's easy until you get, it's all easy till you get to like, it's all easy till you get to the end, right? Like you're marching up, and then all of a sudden it's a bottleneck. And then it's like stop, and then you come out from the other side and everything is great. But there's always this last minute fucking bottleneck bullshit to deal with. Yeah, it's all market day. It would be all market day that we're requesting. So in real time. So it's not cheap. It's expensive as fuck. But it opens up some really cool stuff too. It opens up like a bunch of cool stuff. Bunch of doors. I love you too, Shaq. A little bit of reversal taking place here. We'll see if the Bears get it. They have another half an hour here, doom and gloom into the minutes meeting. Let me do a poll with you guys if we can. My polls have been all fucked up, but let me see if they fixed them. Let me see if they fixed the polls here. We'll see if we can get a poll going for the minutes if it's hawkish or. Give me one quick second here. Which dashboard am I supposed to be on here? Hang tight here, guys. What am I looking for here? Some blood right now. I'm flat, by the way. It's raining, man. Hallelujah. Close that poll. Back. Bizarre. Close that one. Confirm. Add a new poll. Fed minutes. Hawkish. Market down. 1. Add. Dovish. Market up. 2. Add. Firm. Start poll. All right, so I just started a poll. I'm just going to put that poll up right there. Okay, so I've got a poll up right now. If you don't know anything about polls, let's see if I can make this any larger so you can see it. I got a poll up right here for you. See if I can make this a little bit smaller. Blood in the market right now on the Fed rate decision. If you are hawkish on the, not rate decision, on the minutes, if you're hawkish on the minutes, you'll vote 1. If you are bearish or excuse me, yeah, if you're, wait a minute, let's make sure I get this right. If you're, if you're hawkish, you're going to vote exclamation point, vote 1. If you're dovish, mark it up, do exclamation point, vote 2. You have to write, you have to vote, you have to write VOT, or you have to, let me show you, let me vote right. You guys, some of you guys don't know how to do this, so hold on. You're going to vote like this. I vote, right? 1. That should do it. Here, it's like, it's space, or is it a space bar? I don't know if it's a space bar. Let me check. I think it's a space bar. Spoos selling off into the rate decision. Let me see what any of these are. Let me see if any. I'm having real problems here with. I'm not showing any votes here right now. Why the fuck is this not working? I don't know why this poll is not working. I'm not registering any votes right now. Oh, this isn't even blood, dude. Here's the previous low from earlier. See that previous low down there? Previous low right there. Intraday pivot down here.
I was just noticing the dollar extending gains here up around 0.2% on the session now.
Fucking
Keep an eye
dollar's
on the
been
S&P
fucking
as well.
gaining
It's
all
down around
goddamn day, dude.
0.35%.
Dollar's been up all fucking all day long. NASDAQ rolling over for all that bullishness. Reversal to the downside. Reversal for Tesla. Reversal for Apple. VIX bouncing off that 1326. Yeah, none of this stuff is registering. I don't know why the votes aren't registering. I'm still having problems here. My dashboard is not showing any voting right now. So I apologize for that, for you guys not getting that vote in. Perhaps you can divide the cost of data between the number of signups. You can have a pre-sale for 3-12 months. Fee is high for customer. Then obviously you need more signups. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good point, Goliath. Can take a horse to water, but can't make him drink approach. I know. Still some blood right here. Right now, I just showed you why I should have closed those fucking calls and taken the money and run. Take a look here and see what's going on down here. Let's take a look at the book map and see where that previous low was. Take a look over here. Come on now. So right now you got this previous low down here. Close that door. This one's slightly higher up here. This is that same band down there. That's the big boy right here. You want to hold, if you're a bull, you want to see that hold. So that red bar and that yellow bar, you don't want to see no breaking down there. I think what we should do is put CNBC on. I'm going to play CNBC in the background. I can't stand these guys, but I think we're going to put them on because we're going to put it on because, is it on? Yeah, I can play it. So I'm going to press play here, and I'm going to have CNBC playing in the background just because not having Fed officials running around, we want to see what the we want to see what like the news zeitgeist tries to do here. If they try to spin it as hawkish or dovish, I think it's going to be important today. I'm going to leave it on in the background here. I'm going to put it on.
Call us today.
I'm just going to leave it on quietly in the background.
Welcome back to the exchange. I'm Kate Rooney. We do have some breaking news on a major crypto company, Binance. The CEO, Changpeng Zhao, is pleading guilty to federal charges. He does plan to step down. We are getting some unsealed court documents in that criminal case against Binance, and they also released the plea agreement. It calls for the resignation of Zhao as CEO. It also prohibits him from any present or future involvement in operating or managing Binance. That is the world's largest crypto exchange. It also forbids him from talking about it. This is someone who's been very vocal on Twitter and social media. Binance faces 3 criminal charges, including conducting an unlicensed money transmitting business. They also talk about violating sanctions here. Starting as early as 2017, they talk about the defendant, which is Binance, the company led by its owner, CZ, knowingly failing to register as a money services business and then willfully violating the Bank Secrecy Act by failing to implement KYC and money laundering programs. They say that caused the company to violate U.S. economic sanctions. They say it facilitated billions in crypto transactions without implementing any of that proper oversight, KYC. As it's known, under the Zhao plea agreement, the defendant says that he will not work with the company. He will not speak about it through any future attorneys, agents, or other people authorized to speak about it, make public statements either. He is in court, guys, in Seattle, Washington. We don't have details yet. We're awaiting what comes out of that. But again, he is pleading guilty to what I mentioned earlier, the biggest crypto exchange in the world. Moving forward, I'm told the heir apparent is someone called Richard Tang, who is the global head of markets there. They say they're looking for a CEO at this point. No news on that, Kelly, but latest on Binance there.
Kate, thank you very much for bringing that to us. Our Kate Rooney, if you're curious about Bitcoin amid all of this, down 1.5%. Meantime, a big news flash from the IRS today that may have a lot of Americans breathing a sigh of relief. Robert Frank has those details. Robert?
Kelly, millions of Americans actually giving thanks to the IRS this week because the agency will delay a rule on income received over PayPal, Venmo, and other.
It's going to be big right here. See if there's any rejection on that cross to the downside.
Third-party payment platforms to send those
That's the bearish cross right there.
Anyone with income of more than $600 a year. So if you had more than $600 in income from PayPal, Airbnb, or eBay, that would then be reported to the IRS and you could owe taxes. The IRS now saying it's going to delay that rule until 2024 tax year, and the threshold will go to $5,000 rather than $600. It's going to phase in that $600 rule over time. At least that's what they say. The IRS saying that confusion over the rule and its own efforts to implement it required the delay, but it's also come under fierce attack from taxpayers, accountants, and the payment platforms.
Sellers showing up on that cross.
The IRS was basically going to be able to go after teenagers who mow lawns or babysit or people who sell their couch on eBay. This doesn't change who actually owes taxes, though. All taxable income has to be reported to the IRS, but Kelly, more than 80 million people use payment apps, and the gig economy has grown big outside the view of the IRS. The IRS said it doesn't have estimates on how much revenue it's going to lose by changing this, by delaying it, but this...
Now, I find this weird. Like, they're like, well, we're not going to go after the small person, but yet we want everybody reporting over $600, right? Like, you know that they're going to go after the do any of you guys?
So it will be delayed until 2024. So this year's income is fine. Next year's income, this will apply to, but the new threshold instead of 600 will be $5,000, and they say eventually they're going to phase in that 600. So basically, any income next year that's over $5,000 on these payment apps that is truly income, not reimbursements for dinner or paying your babysitter, that kind of thing, will be subject to these 1099 forms.
So you resell something and pay tax. You resell your fucking stove or something. Like you sell your refrigerator, you're gonna get fucked, aren't you? Try to upgrade your refrigerator, you're gonna pay taxes on reselling your refrigerator.
Robert, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Robert Frank. Let's get to Tyler Mathison now.
You know, like who do you think they're gonna go after? If they don't have the money to go after a rich person, they don't have the intelligence or the money to go after a rich person, they're coming after you. With those new reporting rules, they're not after rich people. They're after you. They can squeeze you. They can send you. Well, they don't send you a letter. I think they show up to your. I think they actually show up to your business or your house with actual documents in hand. From my I think it's like a red letter or a yellow letter or something like that. Anybody that's been audited knows this, but ooh. Look at that, dude. That fucking hourly trigger is boss right now. Look at that fucking hourly trigger just holding on, like smoking a cigarette on the rings, drinking whiskey. Look at that hourly trigger. Fuck you, buddy. We ain't going down there. Look at that squeeze. Trying to hold on for dear life right now. That IRS shit, man, like they're not after wealthy people. They're not going after billionaires and millionaires. They're going after you with those new rules. Yeah, like I've got a bookkeeper and accountants. Like I'm not rich, so I don't fall in that category. But I'm talking about like fuck you money, right? If you have fuck you money, they're not going after you. This is all about going after. This is all about going after the little man. Or selling your like your used fucking trailer or something. It's all that sweet money that they're missing. I can't even imagine the amount of money that they're just like eyeballing. It's all poor people. Just parking it right now. Squeezing up right now. Are you guys bullish or I guess I'm going to turn this poll off because it's not fucking working. Are you guys bullish or bearish on these minutes? I'm on the bear side. I got to try to figure out what I'm doing wrong here. I think maybe I'm signed into YouTube and not Twitch as my main streamer today. That could be it. Could be the reason. You're on the bullish side of this? Yeah, my greatest fear today is that it's an easy day to like.
So then it rose.
It's an easy day to do a scam sell.
High probability that we've reached the peak rate, says ECB Centina.
Nice. The ECB is ready to go. Yeah, that's what I think too, Miss Talking Monkey. Like just a hit and run job.
By TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Like doom and gloom for like half an hour and then
TickStrike.com.
Get a better dip buy. Maybe I'm just greedy. Yeah, I agree. The spin is the problem. The spin is what I've got a problem with today. It's like an easy. Like you don't have. Everybody's on vacation. It's an easy way to fucking spin this shit. Negative. I think it's gonna be spun negatively, but it's gonna be like a scam. It's like a scam negative, and then all it gets swept away, get a slam down, and then it's off and running again. I think I'm bearish though into this into 230. If you guys are bullish in at 230, all the luck to you, but I'm pretty bearish. Yeah, I think tomorrow's gonna be great. I think today is like that. I think today is like the scam. I'm looking at it today as like a full-on scam. So I'm pretty bearish into these minutes. Not necessarily like believing it. I'm just believing that if there was an opportunity for sellers to get like a good sell, this is the only time they have this week, in my view. Now I could be wrong on that, but I don't see any other opportunities for sellers to get a down day except for right now, this next an hour from now. So if they aren't able to get it, give it to them. What do you say? I'm looking at IWM since I know you get all the research data I do. Most with the release. Yeah, I like IWM. I've been liking IWM for like 2 weeks now. So, and I think there's a rotation into IWM going on as well. I'm very pro IWM. In general, right now, next couple weeks, I'm still bullish on IWM. What are they doing? Come on, dude. What a fucking waste, man. We gotta sit around here for 20 fucking minutes for this dicking around. They're gonna park this shit for 20 minutes. It's like, come on, man. I'm bullish on IWM because of, I'll show you why I'm bullish on IWM. Here, give me a second here. I want to see if this thing keeps fucking squeezing. So this is a 30-minute chart down here, but just this big old dip buy down here for IWM, just starting to get bullish. Hasn't maxed out at all. It's cranked. The daily trigger is coming up right now. This is pretty fucking bullish, watching that daily trigger just fucking monster up. So looking for a nice dip buy down here. Bam. And then a rocket ship on IWM. So I'm pretty fucking bullish on IWM. So come up here, come back down, find a dip to buy, slam up. And then let me just do a little bit of more grinding. And then up here, target for IWM is 190. I got 190 as the target on IWM. So looking for that one little bump. And you get to 1, 2. And that might just go straight up there too. Might just go straight up. But I am, generally speaking, pretty fucking bullish on IWM. Sucks about SPOOs is the call wall. It's kind of like the call wall and SPY is like, until you get above it, there's nothing you can really do. You can just trade the range, trade the zone. You buy the dips, sell the rips until you get above the call wall. I like Jets too. I like Jets right now, and I like Boeing. But I saw Boeing's got great news coming out, and it's got a great chart too. I like Boeing as well. Boeing's been looking really good. There's another thing too here. I haven't looked into it too deeply, but everyone's long for war. I made a post, Trader Podcast. I made a post on Twitter about China, and dude, are we gonna start fucking squeezing, dude? I made a post about a YouTuber. He's the son of a famous astronaut, and his YouTube channel has nothing to do with his last video. So this guy does videos. He's got million followers or something, and he never focuses on this stuff. And he sat in a restaurant somewhere in Southeast Asia, on a small island, and he watched a meeting between Chinese officials and the small island nation's officials about war with Taiwan. And I posted it on Twitter. It's a YouTube video. I think I posted it this weekend, and it was very insightful. If you watch the entire video, the entire YouTube video from start to end, it was very insightful on the idea that China is committed to taking Taiwan back, no matter what. No matter what you think, say, or do, they are on that path to take it back regardless. And they don't care. So you have to look at that from the perspective of us, that we say something. So as an American, right? In my mind, I'm like, they would never do that. I'm like, they know it's coming to them if they invade Taiwan, and it's gonna get nasty. It could get really nasty. Like, if it was me, You want the truth? I was in the military. So, and I was in U.S. Army Command for Southeast Asia for 4th ID. And that was where I was. And I'll tell you what, if it was me and that war kicks off, I would drop an EMP in China like right away, like right out the gate. The first thing that I did. It's so horrible to say that, but it is what I would do. And from my experience, it would escalate to that quickly. It would not take long. And it's really the only way for us to, it's really the only way for, if so we should talk about that sometime. If that war kicks off, right, you need to understand a couple things. Number one, believe it or not, the U.S., right? You might not believe this, but the U.S. plans for that stuff. And when they do plan for that stuff, they plan to win at all costs. Now, we haven't seen a war like that in a long time. And the Chinese Navy, Chinese Air Force, they're still very young, but they're dangerous. And if we were to go to war with them over Taiwan, it's very dangerous for our sub fleet right now because they're launching subs that are very dangerous. China's not to be fucked with. Well, I shouldn't say not to be fucked with. If you fuck with China, you fuck with them big, in a big way. And our doctrine demands that too. So I don't know if we go there to that point, but if China's that serious, saying we're taking Taiwan no matter what, then that would say to me, from my experience in the military, it says to me that they're going to do something to try to kneecap us. And that's what I would do if I was China. If I was China, I'd be hyper aware that the U.S. doesn't fuck around. Like, it might seem to you like we fuck around, and we do fuck around when it calls for it, like the Middle East and Afghanistan, things like that. Even Vietnam, there's an intent to keep the pressure on, and there's a reason why we do that stuff. There's a reason for fighting those kinds of conflicts. But with China, I don't think that's, from my experience, that's not how you fight China. So if there was like a knockdown, drag out war and things got nasty really quick, the first thing they'd want to do is pretty much cut their legs off. And I'm assuming they're going to think that about the U.S. too. That would be what I would want to do if I was China. Pretty much shut the U.S. down. So if both sides are thinking that, and if they ever do kick that war off, I'm going to expect something like that to take place. Even from their side, I would expect them or us to go heavy and heavy as you can without launching a nuclear weapon, and it could escalate to that point. So if you haven't watched that video, you should watch that video from start to end. The guy's a little off-putting. I'm not really a fan of how he talks and how he presents his videos, but it was worth watching from start to finish. And what it's showing is that they're pretty fucking serious about taking back that country. And so if that happens, and what does that mean for I know we've got a ton of money already poured into like our defense stocks, defense contractor stocks. This is my point, is we're getting back to the stock. But we might not have seen the tops in any of those stock tickers if it goes to that point, is the point that I'm making in this conversation. It's how it relates to the stock market is, you might think the price of military stocks are high right now, but oof, I'll tell you what, there's a storm brewing, and it's real. It's absolutely real. Yeah, I could see cyber being that's similar to an EMP. If there's some other things I would do if I was the U.S., I would immediately knock out every fucking satellite that China has. I would take down every single fucking satellite they have, and I would drop an EMP. That's the truth. You're not going to get occupation forces. The U.S. can't be an occupying force unless you do some pretty severe damage to China. So that's the only thing that I could see where you could be an occupying force and cut them off, is like an EMP. It's fucking sketchy to say that, but I'll tell you what, man. When I was in the Army, dude, right? If shit kicks off over there, it's like fire everything and run. That's what it was. That's what the doctrine was. Like, the doctrine was fucking fire everything and that you're pretty much dead. We were to consider ourselves dead, and that you fire everything and you run south, as far as south to flee the country. That was pretty much it. And I think that doctrine is in force more now than it ever was. So, from my experience sitting in those rooms, watching those meetings, the U.S. is not fucking around. And the U.S. military doctrine is changing back to a divisional fighting doctrine. Those doctrines are for world wars. It's there. It's like right there. Some people are claiming 2025, 2027. The U.S. doctrine is saying we'll be ready by about that time period too. But we're already doing. We're like you talk about talk about what it takes to switch a military force to that kind of doctrine. It means that we're not fucking around. Like we're not. And I think that might be the thing that happens when I was talking the other day about how it's been a few years since something's happened, like a COVID or a 9/11, that kind of shit. That would probably be what it's going to be. And I think it's going to be like a left hook across the face when it does happen. And I think civilians aren't really prepared for it either. I don't think civilians understand that posture and what that posture involves. That posture involves, like stuff we haven't thought about since like the 1950s, somewhat. Vietnam had some aspects to it with nuclear threat, but this Taiwan thing it's not even as bad as the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's worse. It's like World War II shit. It's like it's World War II shit. It's Korea heading up into China, blasting into North Korea, making decisions in a room. We're going to invade China today and take out Russia at the same time. It really is that sketchy. So,
time now at the top of the hour. Do you see the release of the headline events of
10 minutes left.
Which is the FOMC's meeting minutes for the October 31st to November 1st meeting.
10 minutes left. We're going to find out who's right and who's wrong up here.
Note that it is possible that a few FOMC members have grown more hawkish again on rates, according to Anna Wong, who's an analyst on the wires. Says that whether the Fed will cut rates next year by as much as the market expects will depend on when they recognize the economic downturn. Also just seeing a comment from Erlam, who's an analyst at Owanda, says that policymakers desperately don't want to underestimate the threat of inflation again now, just as pressures appear to be easing. So this analyst expects that the minutes will simply re-emphasize the need to stay higher for longer, with perhaps slightly less talk of future further rate increases.
That sounds about right. Question isn't that, though. The question is, how is it interpreted by the talking heads? I think that's the biggest fear here, is how it's spun. The spinning of these minutes is going to be important today. CBO and just chill. I started looking at it the past couple days. I have no decisions yet. I like Boeing right now. It's one that I like. But I have to look deeper into it. But I think it happens. I think it's gonna be pretty. I think we got a war brewing. Where I wasn't sure if we had a war brewing, but watching that video the other day, man, like that shit is real, and it's a lot like Japan, right? If you guys know why I went to war with Japan, and what they were trying to do in Japan was buy themselves time, right? So that they buy themselves time, kick off the U.S. as long as they possibly could, so that they could then take some land to get more oil. They needed more oil, and they knew they couldn't beat the U.S. They were just trying to buy some time. And of course, we live in a nuclear age. And if I was China, I'd be thinking the same things. How do I kneecap the U.S. so that I can take back Taiwan and knock them down long enough that they have other things they have to worry about, rather than fucking with Taiwan, right? If I was China, that's what I'd be looking for. If I'm China, I'm looking at taking back Taiwan. If I just go to take it, I'm going to ensure a fight with the U.S., right? Do they win that fight conventionally? No. They lose. They lose that fight. So the only way for them to get that island back, in my view, would be to kneecap us in the short term. That would be the only thing they could do. Otherwise, they don't have a chance. They don't have a chance in hell conventionally. Let's see if we can get a new high over here. We need to see this new high right here. We got a nice little bounce back here, too. Just need to get right here. Squeezing higher now. You guys are saying here. Oh, Matt, you did watch that video? Did you watch the entire thing? Did you watch that whole video? The whole video is scary as fuck. And if you know the background of who that guy is, it's even scary. It becomes even scarier. Yeah, that's bullish right there, man. That's good. That like if you find out the context of who that guy is, that he never makes those videos, and he's like none of his channel is devoted to that stuff, and his background is quite respectable. Come on, Spoos, baby. $154, 6 minutes left. 6 minutes. I'm going to turn CNBC on, see how they spin this, if it's bullish or bearish. Give me just a second here.
That being a brick and mortar store at the higher end, I don't know how they resolve that. So I think there's more pain in this chart to come.
All right, not going near it. It's down to 3%. We'll see what the earnings tonight say, and we'll move on to the big kahuna after the bell. Of course, Nvidia. It did just hit an all-time high yesterday. Even after that little period of weakness, it shook it off, went back over 500. We're about 1% below that right now. It's up 241% since January.
November 1st
BofA is
meeting,
bullish on their new
headline
AI
event
chip
of the session
technology,
today.
but thinks Nvidia could do $4 to $5 billion of net losses due to restrictions in China. And they ask a similar question that you do, which is, where are we in the AI hype cycle, Jeff?
It's a great question, and we've seen such a roller coaster this year, Q1, Q2. If you just said AI in your earnings,
Market's losing liquidity right now.
At $504 after yesterday's close, that was an all-time high. You're seeing the valuation of Nvidia at $1.245 trillion. But it sounds so expensive, but at the end of the day, I can't initiate a long position, but if you own this up here like I do, it's very hard to sell, because if you think from valuation, go back to March of 2022. It was trading at a forward PE of 87 times. The stock price is only 250. So right now, yes, it sounds rich at 40 times forward earnings from a PE ratio perspective, but it's not. So
just a couple minutes left, 4 minutes left there till we get.
Consider it on how I express a view going in this earnings season because of the volatility. We're expecting about a 7.5%.
Yeah, it's not free anymore. What they do on Thinkorswim is
to really profit if it goes up or down.
on Thinkorswim they rotate between tickers now every month, 3 months, something like that. You got to pay for it.
The same expiration. So if the market moves more than 7.5%, you will profit from this. So it's think about it from a sports betting perspective, Kelly. I'm betting on the over here.
Okay, and I'm trying. I think I follow you. I do. I'm going to follow you to betting on the over. No, don't stop to think about it. Okay, let's just talk about Deere. Those shares are poised to snap a 3-month losing streak. Jeff, we just want to mention this one. It hit an all-time high.
They got like the
says high rates might limit financing, but the USDA expects
they got like the D team over here on CNBC today for Thanksgiving.
Kind of an under the radar pick here, but I'm curious what you do.
For all the farmers here in the Midwest, I have to support Deere, but I actually do want to own Deere. I think it's a buying opportunity. It is offered at a discount forward PE of 11.5. In the last 5 years, Kelly, it's on average traded close to 17 or 18 times forward earnings. But if you think about this industrial name, it really has outperformed the S&P 500 on any metric you look at, 1 year, 3 year, 5 years. So I want to be an owner of Deere.
All right, and I'm still curious long-term with Nvidia, with Microsoft, and all the other announcements people have made about, new chip technology. Even
3 minutes left.
Could be a threat, but maybe not this quarter. Jeff, it'll be a fun 24 hours. Thank you, as always, for joining us. Jeff Kilberg, KKM Financial. That does it for the exchange. We get the Fed Minutes next on Power Lunch. Tyler's getting ready, and I'll see you on the other side of this break.
3 minutes left. Yeah, Bookmap's not free anymore. You got to pay for it. I think what I heard was that I think I spoke to them and they said that every month they'd switch between, like, I think this month you get CL, and then like next month it's big Meta, and the next month it's something else. But no more ES. Yeah, but they switch it out. So I went and asked them. I had like a conversation with them, and they were saying that they're going to switch between. They have like a whole schedule for the year. A little bit of weakness here. What am I looking at here? Turn that off.
One minute remaining.
UK minimum wage is being raised. Not shocking at all. See, we can see here. We'll put this in the 1 minute so we can see the fireworks as the fireworks come out. Yeah, clear all this stuff so that we can just watch the raw here. This is what everybody's always looking for, right? The squeezes or the bloodbath.
Ten seconds.
Regarding taxes, one minute left.
And welcome everybody to Power Lunch alongside Kelly
We're seeing
Evans.
the release of
Tyler
the
Matson,
Fed
and we're
minutes
about
here.
to get
So
the
all
Fed
participants at
minutes
the
from
Fed's
latest
meeting
meeting.
agreed that the rate setting committee was in the position to proceed carefully. All participants judged it was appropriate to maintain the target interest rates at the same place. So all participants agreed policy decisions at every meeting would continue to be based on the totality of incoming information. Participants judged it appropriate to maintain the rate. So participants judged that maintaining a restrictive stance would support further progress towards goals while allowing time to gather additional information. Participants noted that further policy tightening would be appropriate if information showed that progress to the inflation goal was insufficient. Noted that inflation had moderated over the past year but remained unacceptably high and well above the 2% target. Participants judged demand and supply in the economy continuing to come into better balance. Participants noted there had only limited progress in bringing down core services, excluding housing inflation. Participants judged that maintaining restrictive stance would support further progress towards goals while allowing time to gather additional information. Participants saw labour market conditions as tight but had eased since earlier in the year. Fed Minute staff's economic forecasts were similar to the September projections. So again, Fed staff's economic forecasts were similar to the summary of economic projections released in September. Many participants saw measures suggesting that long-term Treasury yield increases were driven by a rise in term premiums.
Buying some calls here.
Participants stressed the need to see more data indicating that inflation pressures were abating to be more confident of price increases, returning to the 2% target. So looking to the markets, nothing sustained following the release of the FOMC's meeting minutes there. So the S&P still down around 0.22%, the dollar up around 0.15%. So you're going to see a little wick down on the S&P there, but nothing sustaining.
That's all you got, Bears. You ain't got no doom right now. Let me put on CNBC and see what they say.
What do you pluck out of?
Well, it just seems like
this big turkey.
This is a case where 3 weeks is a long time, right? Because the Fed was having this extensive discussion about tightening financial conditions, and now guess what? We're right back where we were before the September meeting. So tightening financial conditions not really much of a consideration anymore. I think from the market's perspective, the market just wants to be done with the Fed hiking, and the Fed keeps saying, not so fast, we might go again, but the markets are not buying
They seem
that.
to be sort of playing out the clock here a little bit, just talking as though, not suggesting that they're going to raise rates, but leaving that option open.
Exactly. And I think the problem for the Fed is they don't want the markets to conclude, as they have over the last few weeks, that they're definitely done, because you see what happens. The stock market goes wild and bond yields go down because everybody's then, the minute we stop talking about Fed hiking, markets want to go to the next
Fed
thing,
rate
which is when are they going to
expectations are a
begin
little
talk a little
changed
bit about
following the Fed
housing,
minutes.
which
The first
certainly
rate
has been
cut seen
affected
likely
by
in May
tightening
2024,
financial
fully priced in for
conditions.
June 2024 as well.
It is in a
so again, according
slowdown.
to FedWatch.
And housing is so central to the American economy. If housing slows, is it really realistic to not expect some sort of recession or stall in economic growth?
Yeah, well, this is a
I'm long
great
455. You want to
where
know?
tightening monetary policy hits different parts of the economy at different points in time. And the bulk of the drop in housing activity happened last year, right? So the consumer was powering the economy through last year and through much of this year. All the while, housing has had most of its correction already. I mean, we saw a huge decline in housing activity in the second half of last year. And then so far this year, it's been closer to flat. So, I think it's going to be tough for housing to rise much from here as long as mortgage rates are where they are. But it feels like we're kind of going along the bottom at this point.
It doesn't look like markets are too skittish about what the Fed's minutes show. The Dow's kind of still where we were before we got this release. So maybe to put it differently, it doesn't so much matter what they're telling us as it does what the data continue to show. What do you think are the most important data points the next couple months?
Well, I think it's, as usual, it's going to be consumer spending and then, in turn, the labor market, because that's what's driving consumer spending. So as long as the consumer is strong, the economy should be in pretty good shape.
What's the message from retail sales, Ben? Not the earnings we've gotten, which are kind of ugly, a little here and there. There's some bright spots, but what do you think the message is from the monthly retail sales data, if that's even a broad enough gauge of spending?
Yeah, no, I think consumer spending has been quite good. I mean, October was a little softer, but that was after 2 or 3 months in a row of pretty good numbers. So I think everyone's holding their breath for the holiday season. And it does feel like the consumer should be beginning to slow down a little bit after an extraordinary run. But so far, I'd say the consumer still seems to be in good shape.
Do you put a lot of stock in what we heard from Walmart when they talk about, okay, at the end of October thing, just as in the pantheon of high frequency data, does that count as an important data point?
No, I mean, they're so big, you have to pay attention. So, but the thing is, sometimes you get these high frequency moves that don't necessarily tell you anything about the trend. So if it's a couple of weeks that they're seeing weakness, that's one thing. If it lasts for a few months, that's something different.
Steve Leisman, your reactions, thoughts?
Well, there's a kind of curious line in here that maybe the consumer has more resources than they originally thought.
Oh.
There's another line in here that says there's a couple Fed officials think that
Steve
they
looks
have
old.
more resources and there may be more upside consumer, and that if these upsides keep continuing, maybe there's momentum to it and it can keep going. The question is whether or not that's ultimately inflationary if the consumer keeps spending. I don't know. I see these minutes maybe a touch more dovish than.
Is he actually at the Fed right now? I don't know.
I guess we agree.
He's got like a bunch of flags, the Fed Reserve flags behind him.
The question to me, and this is the question I asked Powell, is at the press conferences, where's the bias? Is the bias to hike again, or is the bias not to hike? And these minutes, at least at that time, and Stephen's right that it's 3 weeks old, but I still think you've had financial conditions ultimately tighter than they had been, say, during the summer. So these minutes to me sound and seem a little bit more like the Fed has a bias not to hike here.
Ooh.
Stephen?
I think they want to be done. I think that's, and as,
Wow.
as Steve read from the minutes, the question is does inflation allow that to happen? So as long as the inflation data are coming in okay, I think they're probably going to remain on hold. But again, they probably want to retain that optionality of being able to go,
Yeah, I mean,
just to keep the markets.
That's embraced in those words. Further tightening is appropriate if progress against inflation is insufficient. And I mean, they're saying if it.
All right, so I'm going to leave that there. So those guys, I'm going to turn that off. So, I mean, I don't know. That sounds like a scam, doesn't it? Yeah, he looks pretty rough right there, but he's usually pretty fucking bearish. He was pretty fucking dovish there. I was expecting him to say something bearish, and he's not saying something bearish, saying something pretty. He's actually he's actually saying that the Fed is going to be dovish too. So I'm fascinated by that. A little bit of selling going on right now. I'm sitting here. I got some calls, bought some calls, and we'll see if this thing goes up or down. Let's see if I can put that up right there. I'll leave those calls on into the close. I'm going to get pretty fucking bullish into Friday now. Nothing really in there's kind of like a nothing burger, right? And CNBC is not really going into the whole idea of selling this market or any kind of a hawkishness from the Fed. So that's pretty good to see. He wants to be the new Fed whisperer. He always seems to interject. He always seems to like shit on everything, and he didn't do that today. So
the release of the minutes there, S&P 500 is extending declines now. It's down around 0.3%. Dollar up around 0.25%.
Apple rolling over a little bit there, a little bit of blood here on Apple. What else are we looking at? NASDAQ trying to sell it back down again. VIX with a bounce on 1324. Not a whole lot going on right now. Yeah, Rick Santelli's not there to fire him up. What are you talking about? I watched the vid. The entirety was a little over my head, but crazy how he found himself in that position. I don't have military and Tesla to fully grasp the implication, but the C channels made most sense. Well, there's like a if you're gonna go to war, right? You're gonna start to make agreements with countries that are gonna get impacted by it, right? And so if they're going around meeting these governors of these islands and saying, hey, this is going to happen. We want your cooperation when it does, or to know that you're not cooperating with us. That's going to be like when you get ambassadors that are going around these countries and saying, yeah, we're definitely doing this, and we want to know which side you're standing on. It's sketchy. It means they're serious. So. I think China's more serious. I think they're serious, but I think they're more serious than I thought they were. Like imminently, like it's imminent. It might even be more imminent than 2027. I was thinking. I was with the military. I think said 2027. A lot of military advisors said 2025, and our doctrine is switching to meet that need. But it could be sooner than later. That it happens. Come on now. Oh, fuck it. Then right back to where I bought them for. Back to 11 cents again. Oh, Christ. I fucking hate these dealers. These dealers haven't printed shit today. They haven't printed a fucking thing, up or down. Nothing major. No huge money today. Yeah, he overheard the Chinese officials talking to the governors of Micronesia. He posted on YouTube. Yep. Yeah, it was a pretty wild video to watch. And the guy had no motivation to be lying. And the guy comes from a good background. So like everything that was in that video seemed legit. I was actually shocked that he made the video. In my view, they're going to try to kill his ass. Well, not kill him, but he can't go to China ever again, well, without a doubt, for making that video too public. Dude, what are we doing? Stop this shit. This is driving me fucking batty. I'm going to start swearing here. We're at the fucking opening price. Look at that. There's the opening price. And look at that shit right there. Just a day of nothing. Wasting my fucking time here. Ugh. Wasting my fucking time. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. If they're going to pin this shit, right, I'm going to shut the stream down. I'm getting angry here because we're not going down or up. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go over what to expect tomorrow. So tomorrow's last day. We got a day off, and then we've got Friday trading, very brief. Friday should be like done, right? All in all, I would expect trading to be done tomorrow. So I'll stream tomorrow for you, and I will stream Friday, but I might not be here. I'm gonna have to like get a new office or something and bring some laptops with me, but I will attempt to stream on Friday, but it'll probably be just like a screener. I will bring a bunch of laptops, and I have these like travel screeners, and I pretty much do the same setup. There we go. There we go. Start going up. My God, fucking A. But I'm gonna give you an expectation for rest of the week right now. We're gonna probably cut the stream short at some point. Seems kind of a bore right now. We're gonna talk about the weekend, and we're gonna talk about some stuff here. So let's go back to. I'm gonna talk directly to you. I'm in calls here right now, and I'm gonna hold these fucking things right into the bell. But we need to talk about the rest of the week here. So we're gonna go to my screen right here. Now, this is SPX Gamma here, okay? And this is important for you to understand for the upside moves, okay? This is, right here is the 45.50, okay? And the price of SPX right now is doing this. It's like banging into it, right? Banging into it, right? Banging into it, right? So when you're taking up calls and stuff like that, when you're buying calls and shit like that, you're like buying them for this move right here. Does that make sense? And until we're over, like right there, until we get past that bar, there isn't really a trade, right? We want to trade that right there. We want to trade that right there. So that's important. There's a reason I want to talk to you about what's important about that right now, okay? So we're going to go over to SPX really quick. And that's where this green bar is right here, okay? This is 4550, okay? I want you to see that. So this is 4550 on SPX, right? And the idea here is that, yeah, we can trade this up. We can close all this gap. No big deal, right? We can do all that. That's awesome sauce. But most of you guys want to know about this stuff up here, right? You want to trade that big trade. And that big trade is, hold on here. Yeah, it's not showing up on this chart. But that next node, it's back here. But that next node, that big node, is up here. Basically, right? So, yeah, you can day trade this, but you really want this move here. That's what you're looking for. You want to be above this to take that up there, right? So we're going to look right now at SPY. And we're going to go to a 5-minute chart here on SPOOs, right? And that's where we came up here, right? We broke above, smashed into that node, right? Pulled back. And now you want to get above that node and hold it. Does that make sense? So that we can start to attack that 460 to the upside. So if we're going to look at 460, that's the big bad boy up here, right? There's your R3 up here. And that's Valhalla, right? We got a bunch of volatility in here, right? And you need people to expand the call wall. You need people to believe that we're going to go to 460. And you really need people to believe that we're going to go to 480. Doesn't matter if we go there or not. Doesn't matter if we go there. I'm going to get rid of these now because we're there. These are all the big boys right here. This is all like the trouble. These are all like major resistance points, right? This is when the summer was. This is the summertime here. Summertime highs. So the idea being is that we need to get above right about here. So you got 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, right? Now, this is this whole week. And we're closed over here. So there's nothing going on in here, right? We're closed on this date right here. And this is Friday right here. All right. And the idea being here is if you want to get bullish, we need to be above, right? Just to begin to trade that move to 460 on Friday. So until we get above that price right there, or until we get above this box right here, there's no real I guess there's a trade. And this right here is the hourly trigger, right? So that's the hourly trigger. We can draw these in. Put that right there. That's the hourly trigger right there. So the idea here is we're supportive, right? We're on the hourly trigger. We're supportive, but we still need to get above to make that trade up there, right? So you get my point here. Can you get bullish here? Not really. You can get bullish here to trade that, but for that big swoop move up here, you need to get above, right? So until you get above, you got no trade. Otherwise, you're just trading this ping pong bullshit, right, into Friday. You get my drift here? Now, if we do begin to sell and hold underneath, right, get underneath here, right, get underneath and start to sell down, we'll start talking about taking this trade down to the daily trigger, and that's way, way down here. Let's take a look at that. Let's see if we can get down there. That daily trigger is at 436.99, so 437. It'll likely be at 440 by the time we get there. But let's look at that, okay? So you got 440 way down here, right? Seems pretty juicy down here, doesn't it? Let's look at a 15-minute chart here. There's a 15-minute chart, and you see my point here, right? Point here is, you can't, until you're above here, you can't get here. Otherwise, if we start selling down here, we're going to go down here. Does that make sense? To that 440. It's at 437, but by the time we get there, it's likely going to be at 440. So it's a tough place right now into the close. It's a really tough place. What's the easiest path? The easiest path into Friday is this downside move, right? So for right now, those Fed minutes were dovish. There's no real news that we're expecting that's going to be negative. So the implication here into Friday would be to trade. Hold on here. As long as we're above the hourly trigger, that you're going to trade this up and take the money and run. Take this up, trade the money and run. Money and run. If we get above, if we get above here, you can put on a call trade to that 475 and 457, excuse me, 457 and 460 into Friday. As of right now, what I expect for the rest of the week is I'm going to expect, unless we start to trade underneath this hourly trigger and sell down, I'm going to expect more of the same, this sideways bullshit, and then possibly a squeeze up into Friday. So that's all I've got for you into this weekend, like my expectations. If you want to know if I'm bullish or bearish into this weekend, I don't really have a it's just garbage right now. I'd love to be a buyer down here, and I'd love to be a buyer up here of size, right? for that continuation above this resistance point up here, this gamma node, so we can trade this. But otherwise, unless you're trading zero dates or something like that, there's no trade for you. Or as a bull, there's no trade for you. And there's no trade for you as a bear either, unless you start to get underneath and reject that hourly trigger. We tried to sell this down today, or we tried to sell this down today, right? We came down here, sold this down, looking for more rejection to take the short, and the bears can't do it, right? They don't have they didn't have the bad fucking, they didn't have the bad minutes, they didn't have any doom and gloom in those minutes. Talking heads are saying, fuck off, we got nothing for you. So the idea here would be we'd have some kind of a slow grind up, and they print spreads into those spreads into the Friday close. So tacitly bullish here into Friday, tacitly. If we get above 454, 455, I get really bullish. But until that shit happens, it would not shock me to see this nonsense, right? It's like ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, sell it down, and then whoop, up into that Friday close. So I'm bullish, but not where I think we're gonna be. And this stuff's getting parked right now, right? What? Look at this park right here. I'm actually green right now in calls, but I'm green on calls. I'm green by a penny, but let's see here. Yeah, I would say dealers are chilling on the yacht right now, and I would also say that there's no like big trade. There's no like big bear trade here. There's no big bull trade here. You just looking at that gamma, all it's going to tell me is that we're going to run up into it, sell down, run up into it, sell down, run up into it, sell down. So can you trade this? Sure. I mean, you can trade this. You can trade this right here if you want. I mean, you can trade this nonsense in here, right? Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. If you break above, you close your shorts and we start running it higher. But other than that, there wasn't a hawkish or a dovish Fed. They're pushing that narrative right now on CNBC, and I find that fascinating. They're pushing the narrative of a Fed that's more hot or more dovish. I don't know that translates to all-time highs. If they're trying to push that narrative that we're done raising rates and they're going to pause and cut at some point, that means banks at some point are going to likely front run a large downside move. So in my opinion, so as long as they continue to pause or raise rates, bulls are fine. If they're actually anticipating rate cuts sooner than later, which is what they're sounding like to me, like they're just going to hold and start cutting at some point. I don't know. And Jimmy Berry and I were talking earlier, like you can't beat inflation if you don't raise rates, right? Well, you can. You can beat if inflation comes down through what's already been done and unemployment starts raging to the upside. Sure, we can get that doom and gloom that you're looking for. But man, kind of a nothing burger today, right? So nothing else to say on that. I already did Nvidia for you guys last week, so I've got it charted out here from last week. So you already have expectations on NVDA. Nothing has changed, and it's run the exact course that we thought it would. You can see it right here. It ran straight up and straight back down, right? And I said to you, expect it to consolidate, and then at the end of the day, it should squeeze up. So far, the plan is right. Right here. Expectation into the end of the day, 526, possibly even 530, 532.51. That's what I'm expecting at the end of the day. I'm expecting a big move here on NVDA. I think they're like the stock market's like new Apple and new Tesla. So I think they do squeeze up into this close. Yeah, mission accomplished, dude. Exactly. Think about that. Think about what they're saying on CNBC to you today. Like, think about what they're actually saying to you. They're saying to you that the rate cycle is done. Is that now? What else did they say to you? Which is kind of making me scratch my head. The other guy there, the other guy that they had on. What did he say? You guys hear? There was something that he said, which is what I find fascinating. He said the yields are where the Fed conducts their operations these days, right? And if you're not getting your fucking yields, then how do you continue with your operations? So I don't know what I'll tell you know what I know what the answer is. It's raise rates. So if they're not able to function through yields, and we're front running the market, it says that they're going to hike rates a bunch, and the CNBC guys are saying no, they're done. None of that jives. Like none of that jives. And only that one guy said something. He said, "Well, if they're using yields as taking money out of the market, and they don't have yields anymore, how else can they take it out? The only way you can do it if you're not catching it through yields is raise rates." So someone's wrong here. Someone most definitely is wrong. Somebody has to be wrong. Does unemployment at OpenAI count? No. You guys want to see it? I'll show it to you. So I'll show it to you right now. Hold on. I'll show it to you really quick. You can do this on your own too. PE ratio. Hold on. I think maybe it might be the. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I can get rid of this 10 and 2s really quick. Let me add a. One quick second here. What am I gonna compare? This one right here. Okay. The only thing if you're looking at the unemployment rate, right? The unemployment rate is one of the best. Let me just turn that off. So the unemployment rate is one of the best indicators. We're looking on SPY. We should switch to SPX. Hold on. We can go back even farther. Okay. So one of the best ways to time a roll in the market is the rate of unemployment. Okay. Whenever you see the unemployment rate racing up like this, it tends to be one of the best indicators for downsides in the market. Big down right there. So if you're looking at this unemployment rate right here, you can already see it turning up, right? So if you were to watch this rate just keep rising here, right? You're going to expect at some point cutting in here. And if I were to bring up if I was to bring up the Fed funds rate, as soon as you see that unemployment rate rising up to that 6%, now this is an abnormality. This is COVID. This isn't COVID. That's COVID back here. This is an abnormality over here. But if you were to time this with the Fed funds rate, you'll see they start cutting as unemployment's actually rising, not going down. This is a bad one up here. But as unemployment starts to crank, you'll see them start to cut rates. And then even up here, you see the same thing. You would have seen, maybe we bring it up right now for you guys. Here, let me show this. Hold on a second here. Let me just bring them both so you can see them. Effective Fed funds rate, new pane. And I want you to see that. I want you to see like they're like ramping, right? And then all of a sudden unemployment starts taking off. They cut right here, and you see the market starts to come down, right? Kind of the same deal over here, right? The expectation is you're going to cut this down, right? This is going to come up higher, right? See how that's coming up higher? And you start to see the market roll down, right? See that roll down in the market? And the same idea would be, the same concept would be, the Fed is telling you they're going to be raising rates, right? They're telling you they're going to be doing this, right? Into all of this unemployment coming up, and the market should be rolling over on that news, right? If unemployment starts to hit 6, 7, 8, 9%, the market should begin at some point rolling over. You'll see unemployment ramping, and you'll see the Fed start to cut over here. We don't normally see the Fed continue on a path higher you don't typically see this happening as unemployment's ramping up and the market's beginning to roll down. Now, if the market were to continue to go higher, right? If this market continues to climb, say you're talking about going up to 5,000, well, then, yeah, you would actually see the rates following along and likely unemployment to be stabilized or employment to be stabilized. We don't actually get that 6%. And to coax that up, you're going to need more rate hikes. But it does, from this vantage point, look like this is what they're saying is, well, we're actually going to cut these rates. You're going to see that unemployment rise, and you're going to see the market at some point roll down before they begin to cut rates at some point. So, yeah, unemployment's going to be, and switch back over here. Unemployment is going to be, or I should say, the interplay between. So, like you see, like their term of what inflation is should bounce. You should see like inflation bounce and start to come higher. You'll see unemployment start ramping up. You'll see jobs disappear, and you'll see the Fed start to cut rates. If that doesn't happen and the price of the stock market keeps going up, then, yeah, I guess I could see the Fed continuing to raise rates in the coming years, at least into 2020, end of 2024, possibly even in 2025 and 2026. But unemployment's telling a different story. Unemployment is the one that, like, it's early, but you're watching that swoop, that turn in unemployment. And watching that, I'm like, I don't fucking know if I believe those guys. Like, if we're running 6% unemployment, you're telling me they're going to keep raising rates? I'm like, they're always fucking late. Every fucking cycle, they're late to the party. So I'm still bearish on 2024. I'm still bearish on a pretty big rollover in like that February, that June or April, pretty big roll down, in part due to this. Like, I expect to come into late winter, early spring, and see unemployment still going up, jobs numbers getting worse. I know there's a whole thing with retail sales and PCI that can make these companies still be very profitable in Q1 of 2024. But I don't know, and layoffs are out there right now. I think their cycle is over. I think the normal business cycle is going to do the work for them as of right now. So if the market continues to drive higher and we continue to raise, as long as we continue to raise rates over time, the market should drive higher until they actually break something, right? So you'd see rates get raised, you'd see unemployment continue to climb or flatten out. They need to keep raising rates to keep doing some damage to unemployment. So it's possible. It's not probable. It's possible, but it doesn't normally happen like that. When you see unemployment going up like that, it tends to continue to it's a cyclical thing. You just saw the cyclical chart. It's like it doesn't like reverse course too frequently. So I'm like the pudding is telling me a couple things. Like I'm going to expect unemployment to continue to rise. I'm going to expect jobs to continue to go down over the coming next year, like the full year coming out. I'm going to expect that that continuation. I'm going to expect the Fed with that continuation to maybe give us 25 or 50 BPS more at most, and then they'll be chasing because I think that damage isn't seen right now, and I think you'll see that damage done next year. Now, if the Fed is done tightening and they only raise on the 25 or 50 BPS, only when they actually do come out publicly and say we've paused or we've started rate cutting, maybe a month or two before that, that's when banks should begin to sell this market hard and heavy. So do I think that's in 2024? Yes, I'm sticking with my shit. Nothing's changed. My thesis has not changed, and it's just fascinating to watch how you get what people were saying about the Fed two rate decisions ago, and then you've got what people are saying today, that the rate cycles are done and then we're going to start cutting and all that other stuff. I do believe that you'll see rate cuts by the end of 2024. I do believe that. I do believe the damage has been done. Good to see you, Try to Podcast. Yeah. Hey, Jimmy, there's another note at is it 75? So just a note that there is some volatility at 75. I read what you guys are saying right now. See, that's kind of your thing right here, man. You gotta be above this green box, and you gotta really, truly gotta be above that yellow box for that next move higher. Have to. Oh, look at him raw dogging this close. These fucking dealers are like, thank you for playing. We're gonna park this bitch sideways into the close. Right there. That's the feeling that I'm getting right now. So I'm gonna close the stream up right here because I don't want to sit around for the next 2 hours. It's Thanksgiving. But I expect us to close just like this. Park it right in here into this close, just like that. And I'm bullish into tacitly bullish into Friday. Tacitly bullish into Friday with a slow mover, dude. Like slow eye bleeder into Friday close. Like you'll be sitting there at 340 fucking 5 and they'll be running it up. That's the expectation at least. Now there is a note here. VIX is in contango. It can grind sideways. It can grind up, and it doesn't matter. Market can go up or down. So be aware of that as well. Let's see what you guys are saying here. And I'm long calls here into the bell. If I close those calls at any point, I'll let you know. I'll say something on Twitter. I'm close those calls. But I am long calls into this close. I got 455 C's down a couple pennies. So we'll see what they do. Gambling, baby. Straight gambling. What do you guys got? You guys have any questions for me? You guys have a market outlook for Friday? I'm bullish, by the way. I'm just like neutral bullish. And then if we get above, then I get really bullish. UBS is saying Fed could slash rates in half next year. That's what so my thesis hasn't changed. I was really pissed. The last, not this rate decision, but the last one, I was fucking raging because he was trying to fake out the market, and I was like, oh, fuck, he's overselling it right now. I really, if I change my opinion or if I'm wrong, I'll let you know, but I see them cutting rates. I see them chasing cutting rates by September, October of next year, and it's not going to fucking matter because the market's already going to be coming down. You guys already know my take on this. It's been a long time take on this, so I think we go to all-time highs still. I think that we sell all-time highs. We back check that low, that 350 low from last year. We do that trough check, and then we move on. Start a new market of some kind. Yeah, Jared, I've got a big video series on it, brother, that you'll be getting here shortly. Very soon, you're going to get that explains everything in detail. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all of you guys out there. If any of you guys aren't here tomorrow, if you guys are traveling or anything like that, if I don't see you, have a happy Thanksgiving. Stay safe. Don't get a DWI. Don't beat your fucking girlfriends and wives up. If you're a man out there, don't do that shit. If you're going to be a fucking monster, just go do something alone. You don't need to be around people if you're angry. Don't be a monster over Thanksgiving. If you're having a tough go of Thanksgiving, do whatever you need to do to get through it. Anything you can do. Play video games, go hiking and biking, get in a book, go out, like take one for the team. If you have like somebody I want to say something to you guys. If you don't have any family and friends out there and somebody's giving you like a sympathy invitation to do something, just go fucking do it with them. Don't feel bad that you get this. Don't be like, I don't want to take the sympathy invitation. You know, get out there and do something. Stay out of your head during Thanksgiving. Stay as positive as you can be. I'm going to wrap this up because it's kind of it, right? It's 2:44 in the afternoon.
$82.45 a barrel, which is up 13 cents or 0.16% on the session.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. You guys will see me tomorrow. You guys are going to see me tomorrow and Friday. I'll be doing some kind of a ghetto broadcast, even if it's only on my laptop or something.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
I got something
Get a
weird
free
going on my
trial
knee.
at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, you know that it should go without being said. Don't beat women up during the holiday, but that's what fucking guys do. Like, you know, they get all fucking wrapped up in their heads and shit. They get all stupid, start drinking and shit like that, fighting with people, and it's all fucked up. So if you're gonna be that person, just fucking go do your own thing. Don't be around people. Just like go fucking away. You know, they don't need you. You don't need them. Just do your thing, man. Be a normal person. You know, it's weird too because as soon as that holiday is over, you're gonna be normal again. So go chain yourself on a wall downstairs in the basement, whatever you have to do. Like the Wolfman or some shit for the fucking for the full moon coming out for Thanksgiving. If you're really lonely out there, you know another cool thing you can do? You can go volunteer. You can just type in your community, the Thanksgiving volunteer, and I'm sure you'll find some place to sling food for people. Go buy a bunch of socks and drive around intersections and hand them out to say homeless people. Do something. Just get out and do something good. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys have a market update for Friday. What to expect? There's not much volatility left in the market here through Friday. There's not a lot of action in the market here into Friday. I can even see it today. And the options, I'm in a bunch of options all day long today. I'm just not paying. So nobody's really trading. The market's going to do what it's going to do. It's likely going to squeeze up into Friday. Probably not until the last part of the day on Friday. So if you got spreads on for Friday, those are always nice. Spreads will deal with the day off on Thursday quite nicely. Some of you guys are probably like, fuck that. I'm just in fucking Friday calls in the money right now, boss. Yeah, then we've got Nvidia today. And I'm bullish on Nvidia. You guys know my plan on NVDA is up, dude. Up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Okay. Happy Thanksgiving to all you guys out there. And I'll try to have something for you by Monday for a tool, okay? So I'm going to try to get something going. I'm going to talk to Joe and see if we can get something for you guys by Monday. Hopefully you come back Monday and I got a tool for you, okay? We'll see if we can get that done. Yes, trade NVDA with Qs or SPY so you can get out at 415. Make sure that the report comes, not the report, but just the numbers come out actually at 4 p.m. so you can trade it. All right.